हालांकि ये प्रियंका ने उसको डिफेंड किया, साथ में मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि
देखिए, सोनिया गांधी जी ने राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के बारे में जो टिप्पणी की है वो तो बहुत निंदनीय है। और सोनिया जी ऐसे परिवार से आती हैं तो उनके लिए एक आदिवासी महिला इस देश का राष्ट्रपति बनना उनको पच नहीं रहा है, तो इसलिए इस तरह का बातें की हैं। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति जी कमज़ोर नहीं है, मजबूत हैं, एक मिसाल है। हम सब गर्व करते हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी को माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए कि इस देश का राष्ट्रपति के खिलाफ में इस तरह का बयान देना ये बहुत ही दुखद है और हम सब इसका खंडन करते हैं और कांग्रेस को माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
Union Minister Kiran Rijiju speaking about the remarks made by Sonia Gandhi about President Draupadi Murmu. Well, the Union Minister was heard saying that the Congress party leader needs to apologize to the President. Well, all right, these are latest visuals now coming in at the moment from the Parliament, where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was just seen right outside the Parliament a bit ago and was later seen entering the Parliament. Well, big hopes from the Union budget. This time around, the middle class as well as the taxpayers, they are hoping for big tax relief. Will those expectations be met? Well, the SMEs, the MSMEs and the corporate sector is also looking for key reforms. An announcement by the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister will be presenting the Union Budget 2025 at 11 a.m. At the moment, what we are seeing are these visuals coming in from the Parliament.
Okay, so Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is wearing a sari which is a tribute to the Madhubani artist. It was presented to her when she visited Bihar a month and a half ago. Presented to her by Dulari Devi, who is a Padma Shri awardee. And Dulari Devi had presented that sari to the Finance Minister and had asked her to wear it on the budget day. So it's not a Katha sari, it's a Madhubani painting sari. So it's certainly a beautiful one. Again, very high on symbolism and a very high message that is going again.
Absolutely. And I think that we are all looking forward each year to see what she wears and then see how that gets included into our own lives. You know, you and me as well, I think today, right? I'm wearing a Kashmiri outfit, a Kashmiri firan, yeah, with a shawl. So yes, we are all about inclusion and how we can promote our artisans and include them both in our digital economy, our financial economy, and how we can help with employment at the lowest level.
Yes, I'm going to connect to Aishwarya now, who's joining us also from Vijay Chowk. Aishwarya, if you can hear me, my question is, at what time can we expect the cabinet meeting to happen? Okay, we will try and connect with Aishwarya in just a bit. A word from Anuj now. Anuj, in another 40 minutes is when the budget will be presented or tabled inside Parliament. What is the enthusiasm or concern, or what is the mood at the Dalal Street?
Well, you know, the enthusiasm is at its high. We have been speaking to a lot of investors, we've been speaking to a lot of experts, and, you know, getting a plural sort of an opinion about what they're expecting from the budget. And I've got one such expert, and let us try and understand what he thinks about it. Sir, firstly, could you introduce yourself?
Myself, Siddharth K. Kuwawala.
So I want to look at or ask very pinpointed things. Firstly, I want to understand about the expectations regarding artificial intelligence in the upcoming budget and something like IT structure. How do you look at these things finding a place in India's budget from the perspective of the market?
See, AI, I think, is, no doubt people are now focusing that, but it is going to take a time and gradual change in technology happens.
Okay.
So, looking at, and India has a big problem of employment generation. If AI is too much focused, it is negative for the country because we have huge population, there is a huge demand of employment. And if AI is something where 100 people are working, maybe a 1% can control. So that much employment generation goes down. I am for the technology, but looking at the scenario in the country, right now we need something and some announcement where it creates more employment generation.
Okay. And when you say that we need an announcement where job creation is facilitated better, if you were there, what would you suggest them on which are the areas where one can really catapult, more job creations and really work there as far as sectors are concerned?
I think major thing is infrastructure.
Okay.
If infrastructure is in place, like roads, electricity, fiber, water, these are 4 components where if they are in proper place, creates employment generation, creates new opportunities, and that is how of the place and overall the people get jobs, get accessible income, and they can start their work. Like today, if there is a fiber in a place, there are companies like Amazon, Flipkart who are giving their platform. Person can do business anywhere, from any part of the country. That will create a big opportunity and people will get income out of it. So I think important thing is infrastructure, and which is a focus of this government, and couple of more good announcements I expect from this budget.
Okay. Sir, compared to last budget till this budget, how has it fared for an investor? From 2024 till 2025, were your expectations met, and does it determine the level of expectations you're going to have this time around?
I would say from the Modi regime 1, index was around 22,000, 23,000. It has unfolded journey up to 85. So never ever in the history of stock market such a milestone has been achieved. If we talk about the last year and comparing that, because there has been huge global issues also, war. Now even current thing is Trump is announcing tariffs. All that affects globally and even the stock market because of demand consumption.
Okay, the visuals now coming in of the Prime Minister entering the Parliament premises, and in another few minutes the budget speech will be presented. But before that, another important protocol or the process or the procedure is that the Cabinet has to give its endorsement to this budget. The Minister yesterday, while giving that customary soundbite, gave enough indication of how this budget is likely to be. He said that innovation, inclusion and investment are the basis of the roadmap for the economic activities. He went on to say that the budget will infuse new confidence and energy in attaining the goal of Viksit Bharat, which is the developed India. He also spoke about how he is hoping that Goddess Lakshmi, he in fact evoked Hindu goddess Lakshmi of wealth and said that she should be generous towards the poor and the middle class. But the economic survey in particular has given us an indication with regards to the AI regulatory framework. And the sense is that it needs to be revisited and also amended to ensure that AI is aligned with what is being seen. The other countries take a leap, while India is still being seen as a potential leader, but not really a leader.
So, Maria, I would say that, our IB Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, said, I think a few days ago, that India is working on its AI's models as well, and that a few models have shown great promise. And I think that if we Indians, our scientists and our engineers, if we can take the Mangalyaan to the moon, we can definitely come up with some great AI models. And yes, of course, I think the framework definitely needs to be updated, revamped, and brought in line with what the future will hold. So I think that as in most things, once we are on the path of developing something new, the regulatory framework will follow.
Yes. Okay, Aishwarya also joins us. Aishwarya, what can you tell us? When is the Cabinet expected?
Well, we are getting the visuals of the cabinet ministers reaching the new parliament building. Kiran Rijiju, Mansukh Mandviya and other top leaders of the Modi cabinet had already reached, and Prime Minister also arrived in the parliament just a short while back, and now the cabinet meeting will certainly start. It was supposed to start at around 10:20, where cabinet will be approving the finance bill, and then Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the union budget at around 11 a.m. But remember what the Prime Minister and President also stated, that transform, reform and perform are the three pillars of India's progressive economy, and that's where the India's government is working towards, and that will be the real shape and real theme of the budget that we will see. It will be starting in few moments from now. Nirmala Sitharaman now heading for the cabinet is what we have been just told. So it would be now next would be Prime Minister, Defence Minister and Home Minister of our country, who would be also reaching in the new Parliament building, where the cabinet meeting will shortly start and will give approval to the finance bill to pave way for Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present the budget.
Yes, and Aishwarya, lots being discussed about the Mithila painting which is there on the finance minister's sari today. It's high on symbolism. This is the sari which was gifted to her by Dulari Devi, who is a Padma Shri awardee, and the finance minister had met her when she had travelled to Mithila in Bihar in the month of December. So certainly high on symbolism. Again, it's an important state. It's the state of the alliance partner, the JDU.
Well, that's the messaging, and also, to showcase how India's tradition and India's culture is being highlighted. Of course, a gift to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman by Dulari Devi, and she's wearing that very sari. Will be presenting. Of course, we have seen in the last few years as well how there have been different cultures which had been projected by the government at different important occasions as well. And this time it is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman wearing that sari from Bihar. Specific message to, of course, the state where the alliance member is, of course, JDU has 16 MPs, and will there be some, gifts or some important announcements regarding states like Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and the other important states where the alliance partners are, is something that would be very interesting to see. But whether it would be also Delhi which will receive, because remember, already politics played out over Arvind Kejriwal's letter to the CEC that there should be no specific announcement regarding the national capital. But of course, as it has been mentioned by Prime Minister, that there would be, of course, a women-centric focus that would be on as far as this budget is concerned. So that will always give benefits to those women living just not in national capital but also around the country as well. A lot of expectation, and therefore the reason now we have been told as well, the latest update coming in, Home Minister of our country Amit Shah also now reaching the Parliament. Prime Minister already reached, and very soon the cabinet will be starting to give approval for the finance bill.
Okay, so the cabinet meeting is going to begin any moment now. Bhaskar Ghosh, a word from you on whether coalition compulsion would mean a repeat of July, when Andhra Pradesh and Bihar had special announcements in the budget.
Well, thank you very much. And I think that eighth time our Honorable Finance Minister has presented the budget, and like the earlier budget, the main growth engine will be the multiple development and multi-directional developments in terms of the economic performance, in terms of the tax structure, in terms of the GST, and as well as embarking on the point of elevation of poverty. That's the most important thing I think we should look into. This budget is going to come, that elevation of poverty and upgrading the overall living standard of the middle class and giving relief to them in terms of the tax structure, easier tax structure. And
Okay,
at the same time,
Vasudha is reporting from inside Parliament. Dwar, just hold on to your thoughts. We will be coming to you. Let me cut across to Vasudha, who's getting us the details from inside Parliament, just outside the Makar Dwar.
Well, this is how the Parliament complex looks just minutes before the presentation of the budget takes place. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, is all set to present her 8th consecutive budget. The security is really tight today. Ministers have started arriving just a short while ago. Just a few seconds ago, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has arrived. The Cabinet meeting is slated to happen in a few minutes from now. 10:15 was the time. It will go on for half an hour, and that's when the budget gets approved. Nirmala Sitharaman looking extremely optimistic, confident for a Madhubani sari, and she has just come in and she has entered the cabinet. In fact, she was one of the few ministers to arrive early. Bhupendra Yadav, the environment minister, was amongst the first to arrive. Giriraj Singh, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, and Amit Shah, the home minister, have also arrived right now. And of course, this is going to be an important day because this budget is being presented at a time when domestic uncertainties with regard to a slump in domestic consumption is being witnessed. At the same time, there are also threats of tariff war. So this is a budget that is expected to not just identify the threats but also the opportunities of growth. The finance minister will start presenting the budget at around 11 a.m. And of course there will also be expectations from allies, and that will be keenly watched. Lalan Singh has also arrived. He's from the JDU. So what will Bihar get? What will Andhra Pradesh get? Remember that these two states are important because their parties, TDP and JDU, are also important allies of the NDA. Last time, they were the highlights of the budget. So this time there'll be a lot of focus on that, and what exactly is in offering for Delhi also will be something that will be keenly watched. And this is how the Parliament looks right now. The security in there, so I can't show you those visuals, but yes. Well, this is how the Parliament.
जब से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस देश का अर्थस्थिति संभाल रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, तब से हमने प्रो पीपल, प्रो पुअर, प्रो मिडिल क्लास ही बजट दिया है. अभी भी ऐसा ही होगा.
Dr. Rumki Majumdar also joins us now. Dr. Majumdar, welcome to the special broadcast right here from Parliament. What are your expectations from this budget? So 30 minutes to go. Let's build up on the expectations.
Thank you so much. And yes, I think all eyes are on the TV, on the budget and how Finance Minister is going to present. What are the big announcements that she's going to make? So quite a lot of excitement around. What we expect is that probably she will have a few announcements to boost consumer spending, because that is something which will keep the economy on a sustainable growth path. Given the uncertainty, the geopolitical uncertainties that we are seeing, we need to rely on our domestic demand, and consumer spending is one of the key drivers there. So a big boost to the middle income population, where the government would want some spending in that segment to coming in. Again, there should be some measures to boost employment. So a lot of measures that would boost the MSME sector, because they are the biggest pillars to employment generation. So that is something which, again, we expect a lot there. And third, CapEx, of course, because that brings a lot of income and employment capabilities, and as well, it reduces the logistics cost and improves ease of doing business. So these three are our major expectations from the budget this year.
And Dr. Majumdar, the question certainly about, the government for all these years has been hoping that if it is about CapEx, that will be the driving force of the economy. But because the consumption has gone down, is that can only happen if the middle class gets an extra, money in their hands to spend. So are you expecting some relief, as was indicated by the Prime Minister?
It's a high, given what the Prime Minister did hint at before the economic survey was tabled yesterday. So clearly there is a lot of expectation that the middle class income consumption that needs to be boosted, that will come through some tax exemptions, especially in the bracket of 7 to 10 lakhs in the new tax regime. Plus, I think, as you said, capex spending is something which the government will keep pushing on, because there is a lot of multiplier effect that happens on employment and asset creation and even income creation. So I think both these will be the key. A lot more focus will be on the agriculture sector as well, because inflation has been a big problem in India, and because of food prices, this is inflation has been high for more than two years now. So clearly there is a requirement to ensure that the food to table is ensured at a reasonable prices, and the food supply chain has to be managed better. So that, again, farm productivity, technology to improve the productivity and variety of seeds that is introduced. Some of these measures have already been introduced, and I think these measures will continue going forward.
Yes, the concerns particularly with regards to the food inflation, because the economic survey also highlighted that the consumer food price index has gone up from 7.5% in financial year 24 to 8.4% in financial year 25. And this is largely driven by rising prices of vegetables and pulses. How do you manage inflation and inflationary numbers?
So I think that technology needs to be integrated into our agriculture sector as well. So the innovation that the Prime Minister spoke about yesterday and inclusion, I think that should be integrated into our agrarian economy as well. And if we can improve productivity through technology and innovation in that sector, and I do know that a lot of work is being done in it, then I think improved productivity will help combat this inflationary trend.
Pradeep Bhatti, as opposition, you have been talking about inflation a lot, and something that is now being presented in the economic survey as well. Is that something that will be the talking point of the opposition as the budget is presented?
Absolutely. Food inflation even has gone up to 10 to 11% also. But when we see from the past reports, the biggest challenge is the middle class is getting into a trap, in the debt trap. Because from the last survey of MOSPI, it says that 57% of the middle class is trapped in this EMI trap. So that is a big challenge for the driving force if you want to increase your capex, and especially when it comes to public investment. We have seen from the last 5 years, public investment has gone down from 4.7 to 3.5%. So that is again when government is not willing to invest. The government, public enterprises are not confident enough to invest. That is again challenge. And bigger challenge from that is the debt, the national debt. In 2014, the national debt was 51 lakh crore, and it has moved to 181 lakh crore. So that is very, very, very challenging for an emerging economy.
Okay.
And
Dr.
with that,
Majumdar, a word now on supply disruptions, because the economic survey says that the food inflation crossed 8% mark multiple times because of supply disruptions. Prices of tomatoes went up, onions and pulses. How do you ensure, particularly given the kind of domestic challenges and also geopolitical challenges, that the supply chain is not disrupted?
Right. So this is always been a supply side problem since the COVID, because of one after the other restrictions that were imposed and regulations came in, and then of course it has been a logistic issues as well to manage the inventory. So the government has been addressing all these challenges one by one, and if you look at the last budget, they talked about how to improve our inventory system, how to ensure that the supply chain of the food is streamlined better, and I think those measures will be continued, because at the end of the day, today, inflation that we are seeing is a supply side challenge and not a demand side challenge. So clearly, while RBI is taking measures to ensure that inflation is under check, but the government will have to make sure that they have proper food stock. There is ensure that there is proper market of the food that is produced, that the farmers can realizes their produce better, can get right prices. And that is something which the government will announce in this budget as well.
All right, a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. The cabinet meeting has just begun, we can tell our viewers. And then after the cabinet endorses this money bill, Finance Minister will be heading to the Lok Sabha where the budget will be presented. A quick break and our broadcast continues.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
Attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station? Darwaze baएं taraf khulenge. Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination. Doors will open on the left. Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
Latest visuals of the finance minister leaving after the cabinet meeting that was held just a while back. The cabinet has approved Union Budget 2025. What does the pot of announcements with the finance minister really hold? That, of course, remains to be seen at 11 a.m. in just a few minutes from now, about 20 to 25 minutes from now, the finance minister is going to be presenting the Union Budget 2025. Well, the cabinet has already given an approval for the budget, and that is a practice that is usually followed. Well, the finance minister had already met the president and also sought clearance for the budget, after which the cabinet meeting was held. And now the finance minister seen leaving after the cabinet meeting. Well, she will be presenting the Union Budget 2025 in just a bit from now. About 20 to 25 minutes from now, Finance Minister will go to the Lok Sabha and will be presenting the Union Budget. Will the Union Budget give tax relief to the middle class? what's in store for individual taxpayers also. What are the SMEs, MSMEs, also the corporate sector really expecting from the finance minister this time around? There are, of course, a lot of expectations, but challenges also remain in front of the finance minister, as she will, of course, have to do a balancing job between fiscal consolidation and economic growth. Will she be able to provide incentives that would also without compromising the fiscal prudence? That is, of course, one big question that is in everybody's mind. But yes, a lot of expectations from the finance minister at this point in time. All right, we'll keep an eye and get you the latest updates. Meanwhile, that is what we're learning at the moment. The middle class also has a lot of expectations from the finance minister and the individual taxpayers as well. We've been talking about it in just a bit from now.
All right, so Finance Minister is in Parliament. The Cabinet meeting has begun. In fact, the Cabinet will be approving that budget any moment now, and then it's already 10:38, so 22 minutes to go for the big budget, which will be presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Which are the big words which will be used, and how many times those words will be used will perhaps, showcase the strength or emphasis that is being laid by the Finance Minister on those words. But talking about the manufacturing sector, manufacturing sector is, according to the economic survey, also says is recovering steadily, but it remains slightly below the pre-pandemic, trajectory. So the manufacturing sector, do you think there would be an... Okay. So let's listen in to what Akhilesh Yadav is saying.
क्या इनकी जानकारी में नहीं है? जो आपने आसमान में उड़ाने का काम किया था ड्रोन्स का, क्या आपको जानकारी नहीं है? तो ये बजट अपनी जगह है, लेकिन कुंभ महत्वपूर्ण है जहाँ पर लाशें गई हैं और हिंदुओं की जान गई है. सरकार को जागना चाहिए, हिंदुओं की जान गई है, जो खो गए हैं जिन्हें ढूंढने के लिए सरकार को कदम उठाने चाहिए. मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि सेना को दीजिए इंतजाम को, क्योंकि इंतजाम में सरकार फेल हुई है. सरकार केवल बुलाने में रही, इंतजाम में सरकार नहीं रही. और शाही स्नान पहली बार ऐसा हुआ, साधु संतों ने मना कर दिया कि हम शाही स्नान नहीं करेंगे. उनको छिपाने के लिए फूल वर्षा की गई, जिससे कि संत लोग जान जाएं कि किसी की जान नहीं गई है. लाशें अभी भी हैं, आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हुई.
Being given again, Akhilesh Yadav wishes to speak on the stampede which has happened in Kumbh, raising questions around it. But yes, let's talk about the manufacturing sector and what will it take for the government to ensure that it goes to the pre-pandemic range or the trajectory which it was witnessing.
So I think that it requires a twofold attack on this problem. One is definitely increasing the consumption in the economy. So the goods that the manufacturing sector produces are consumed by all of us in India. So once disposable income increases in our hands, the demand will increase. And if the demand side increases, that's the one end. And on the other end, the manufacturing sector definitely needs more boost. And I think R&D can be the next big game changer for India. The manufacturing sector requires more research and development, and it requires to come up with new things. And for that, I think tax SOPs for R&D should be very, very important in this budget.
Okay, Gauri Puri is also joining us from the Noida studios. She is the partner at Shardul Amarchand, the Mangal Das and Co. Gauri, what are your expectations from this budget? Of course, the focus is being talked about in terms of innovation and, of course, also on R&D. Gauri, if you heard me. Okay, we'll be connecting with Gauri in just a bit, but Dr. Majumdar, a little bit more on the manufacturing sector, because that is the driving force of the Indian economy.
Right, absolutely.
automobile manufacturing, SMEs.
Absolutely. And I think now it's more important to be self-reliant because India realizes that we cannot be dependent on other countries, especially in manufacturing of key sectors. And that's why we've seen over the last 5 years, the government has focused on some key sectors, given PLI schemes. And if you notice, the high-end value manufactured goods have done exceptionally well, be it in terms of exports, in terms of produce. In the exports share, these segment their share has gone up from 17% in FY17 to today is around 30%. That tells you that we are moving up the value chain in manufacturing and we need to continue doing that. And I think the government will keep focusing on some of the key sectors like defense, auto and semiconductors.
Yes, one aspect is the FDI inflow. The foreign direct investment, in fact, according to the economic survey, says that it has fallen during the first 8 months of the financial year 25 due to rise in repatriation or disinvestment. Why didn't the government foresee it?
This is nothing wrong with the economic fundamentals. The fundamentals remain strong. The FDI decline that we are seeing is because of the global uncertainty. We have seen one after the other events. After the India elections, we had US elections, we had China stimulus that was announced in September last week. Then we had quite a few geopolitical tensions. All these have been weighing on investors' sentiments, and that is resulting in a flight of capital towards safer haven. Once the speculation around the trade that happens in the West, that calms down, I think India has the strength to attract capital back. And I think in the couple of quarters, we will see FDI flowing back in very strongly. So the government is making measures, and I think this budget and the reforms through the year that the government announces will ensure that there is more money flowing into the country.
Pradeep, you wanted to weigh in.
Especially related to manufacturing, you can see the figures in the economic survey and the previous surveys also about the import and export. If you see the export, the average growth of export was much better. In UPA, it was 21%. And from last 1 decade, if you see, the average growth of export in Modi government is 10%. And same goes for the import also. We are importing. We have doubled our import from China. We were somewhere around $51 billion, and now we have crossed that $100 billion barrier. So this is how, if you are manufacturing within the country, or if the Make in India is really successful. So these results, these figures should be otherwise.
Okay, Gauri Puri is also joining us. Gauri, navigating global headwinds will require proper strategic management, and of course, India's domestic fundamentals may be strong, but it requires much more. Do you think with the new administration in Washington of Trump 2.0 era beginning, this navigation becomes even more difficult for India?
Absolutely. I think now is not the time for complacency with the US government changing. As the economic surveys noted, right, India needs to pull out all stops to make sure that FDI consistently flows into the country. And I think that structural reforms in taxes would be key to make India, a competitive jurisdiction. So whether that's working on tax certainty, making sure we have very clear rules on how profits are attributed to permanent establishments in toll manufacturing agreements, or whether that's, coming up with alternative dispute resolution mechanisms for non-residents when they are in long-drawn tax litigations in India. So it's not only just sort of the tax sops that we can dole out to make our regime more competitive. I do think that tax structural reforms will also be very key to make India an attractive jurisdiction while we navigate through some of these global headwinds.
And what about rupee depreciation, which almost like... Okay, in fact, let's cut across to CII, where Sakshi is joining us. Sakshi, over to you.
For the states to, address this issue of ease and cost of doing business, and how, some of these areas like labor regulations, etc., can be made flexible to provide impetus to the economy, really looking at the next generation reforms.
Next generation reforms, Rajiv Memani, do you agree this really is the budget for Viksit Bharat 2047, like the Prime Minister said yesterday? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think if I think it should be, this budget hopefully has a very strong, like they have had in the past pro-growth stance. I mean, I would say that will be very, very important so that the full potential of India can be unshackled. And in terms of specifically, I think Sanjeev has covered it very comprehensively. But I would say, the disinvestment number, I know they will not be very, may not be very aggressive on that optically, but I think that number is important to fund a lot of the asks that people have. And I think specifically tax reliefs to lower income and middle income people in terms of personal tax rates. I think those are the two things that are very important. I'll keep quiet on capex because I know Vinayak will be covering that.
Right, Vinayak Chatterjee, your first thoughts on capital expenditure then, and of course the outlook for infrastructure sector then.
Actually, it's a very simple question. For the last many years, infrastructure outlays have been used to pump prime the economy. And that is clearly needed at this juncture. Historically, we have seen year after year 30% growth in outlays, 5 lakh to 7.5, 7.5 to 10. Last year, unfortunately, was only a 10% growth, but I am expecting, looking at current conditions, for the finance minister to take a call anywhere in the range of 17% to 25% increase, which would result in an infrastructure outlay of either 13 or 14 lakh crores or somewhere in between, and that is the big ticket item that I would be looking for.
All right, Nasir Salim, of course, we've discussed the policy reforms as well as the macro outlook, but markets are jumping and cheering just ahead of Budget 2025. What are really markets expecting? Many saying that, look, this time markets also will not be disappointed if the middle class or the salaried class gets a tax relief.
Thank you, Sakshi. Yes, actually, the capital markets always react before the budget, but that's nothing new. It's always been the case. I think the basics always continues to play out. Two key things. I think the market participants today are expecting some benefit to be given in terms of boosting consumption. I think that has been well said, and the markets have kind of factored in. One is that. The second, I think, quick reforms is on, lower wage income has not gone up, and we're seeing some changes there. I think corporate profitability is all-time high, FY24, if you look at the number, but real wages are low. I think, again, certain incentives there to boost personal disposable income for higher consumption is something which has, again, been expected and has been factored in. I think anything beyond that will be, if not addressed in this specific budget announcement now, will have an impact negatively. But hopefully that should, play out really well. And the expectations have been set. And the narrative has been set for those.
All right, the narrative has been set. Markets clearly cheering just minutes ahead of Budget 2025. Thank you all for sharing your key expectations and key suggestions with the Finance Minister.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology. And I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
So the Cabinet has approved Budget 2025. In some time from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting her 8th consecutive budget. Let me ask that question to Gauri. Gauri, you would have seen all those budgets, but what makes this one very, very special?
Budget is that, like you mentioned, the GDP is slowing down. We are facing global headwinds. So it becomes absolutely key that the government, while it's going down the path of fiscal consolidation, it also looks at how it can spur economic growth. It's also a unique time where we are looking at structural tax reform. There is going to be a new direct tax code in the anvil soon, so expectations run high. I'm really looking forward to 3 key changes. One is for the government to sort of relook its tax policy on corporate reorganizations. I think it's dated. It doesn't reflect modern India and the business internal restructuring that occurs on day-to-day. 2, sort of simplifying the tax rules, especially the withholding tax regime, which is currently very complex, given that TDS per se has evolved from a mechanism for advanced collection of taxes to now a mechanism for collection of data sources. So there is room to just come down to 2 or 3 broad, TDS slabs and make sure that there is sort of more cash flow in the economy to carry out day-to-day business. And third thing, I think from an international tax perspective, as I was speaking previously, we need clarity on things like attribution of profits to permanent establishments, generally, treatment of collective investment vehicles overseas that are investing into India, especially where they're tax transparent. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I think the government's not shying away from that, and that is one of the reasons why expectations run very high this year.
Okay, a word on the energy sector, Pallavi. The challenges there and the energy goals, the SDGs that India is hoping to achieve.
So the Prime Minister has committed that by 2030, we will have achieved 500 gigawatts of renewable energy. We are right now, our achieved goal right now, or our achieved target right now is 200. So we are on track by 2030 to achieve that 500 gigawatt goal. And every household today is a consumer of electricity, and each household has the largest bill payout of electricity. And therefore, if we can get a solar panel on every house's rooftop, and we're a country in which solar and sunshine is in abundance, we could get every household to become what we call a prosumer, which is a producer as well as a consumer. Reduce its electricity bill, increase its disposable income, and also pay back or give back to the grid any excess electricity that it produces. So definitely on the renewable energy front, I think India has made strides. We've achieved 45% of our target. We are, of our total electricities today produced in the country, is 45% is renewable. So looking at our targets, and I think moving forward, energy resilience that we can build in our ecosystem will really be a game changer for the future.
Yes. Gauri, a word on what the economic survey says, that India has to increase competitiveness through grassroots level structural reforms and also deregulation. And then also on what has been said with regards to a much needed AI framework which will ensure that the abuse or the misuse of AI goes down.
I think the economic survey is absolutely bang on. As we move forward, we need deregulation where businesses can operate as usual and they're allowed to sort of engage in routine transactions and generally there is sort of a virtuous cycle that everybody then participates in. Structural reform is again very, very key. We're not only looking at big bang legislative changes, but we again want to see changes, in administration, in improving ease of doing business in India. If you look at the economic survey, it talks about how tax certainty is a core central part of making India an attractive investment jurisdiction. And that requires, again, changes across, from the grassroots, just the way in which whole the tax ecosystem operates. So in that sense, I think that not only do we need to look at this budget in terms of what are the big bang policy changes, but how those are implemented on ground as we move forward.
Yes, Gauri and Pallavi continue to be with us. Let's get a word from Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, 3 minutes to go. And then the finance minister enters the Lok Sabha for the budget 2025.
Well, certainly, and all the MPs are now heading towards the Lok Sabha as finance minister will be presenting her 8th consecutive budget and 6 were the full-fledged budgets, 2 were the interims, and certainly it would be very interesting to see how these huge expectations from the middle class and lower class after Prime Minister's remark yesterday in a customary speech that Goddess Lakshmi should give blessings to the middle class and lower class had also, has increased the expectations of them as well, and whether there would be something for them. Changes in income tax slab is most important thing that people are looking forward to as well. But yesterday, as the President of India also mentioned about major reforms that the government has brought and India moving very fast, amongst the fastest economies in the world. In fact, by 2047, the aim of Viksit Bharat is something that the government is looking forward to. And in this direction, of course, the budget will be presented. Just 2 minutes to go now, as we've been told that all the MPs after the cabinet approved the finance bill is heading towards the Lok Sabha. Finance Minister will be presenting her 8th consecutive budget, and all eyes will be on her.
Absolutely. Innovation, inclusion and investment, the 3 big words which could very well be the roadmap for the Indian economy. That has been the indication which has come in. 30 seconds to go to both of you. Pallavi first, and then I bring in Gauri.
So Maria, I'm really excited. I look forward to hearing what happens, what our Honorable FM gives us in this first full budget of the Modi 3.0 government. I'm hopeful and I'm looking forward to what the future holds for each of us.
Gauri, your thoughts?
I am
1 minute to go as we look at the budget.
I echo Pallavi's thoughts completely. I feel that we're all very hopeful that this is a budget which is forward-looking. It promotes economic growth, ease of doing business in India, and more importantly, what the economic survey promised, deregulation in every aspect, so that everyone can sort of enjoy the virtuous cycle, and we can look forward to inclusive development and a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Yes, and will the budget infuse that confidence that we keep talking about? And will this budget be the budget where all eyes will be on the roadmap for India? Gauri, we will be cutting across to the Parliament the moment the Finance Minister begins her speech. In fact, the Parliament session has begun cutting across to it.
Item number 1, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Vitt Mantri. सदस्यगण, बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखें। कभी बजट अभिभाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नीवा ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata, and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports, and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments, and exports. MSME, investments, and exports. The fuel, our reforms. Our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana Developing Agri-Districts program. Motivated by the success of the Aspirational District program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialist measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In Phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oilseed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative price. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad, and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer-producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana Board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana Board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. strengthening research ecosystem. 2, targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience. And 3, commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups, from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprise registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The alternate investment fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality, and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing, and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees, and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium, and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance, and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment, and grid-scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy, and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security Scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy, public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households representing 80% of India's rural population have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an Urban Challenge Fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans, and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intrastate transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories, and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling, and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedy travel. The scheme has connected 88 airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. This also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational, and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers, cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, Swami Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For firm PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts, and introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector-driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germplasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up, a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface Platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score Framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light-touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crust leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 2% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business. Employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in our updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cutoff date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities, to promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector, I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on middle-class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month, other than the special rate income such as capital gains, under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings, and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income, other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income, other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax. That is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees, that is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी अब विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So introduce the bill.
Thank you. सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers, the first full budget of Modi 3.0 comes with a big bang announcement. It's a bonanza for middle-class salaried workers. Remember, there was a lot of clamor going into this budget that the relief for middle class should be there. And that's exactly what the finance minister has come out with. No income tax till the salary of 12 lakh rupees. That's the big headline announcement that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has given, a bonanza for middle class. Beyond that, this is a growth-oriented budget. A lot of growth focus is there, one can see along the way, whether it is with regard to deregulation, whether it is in regard to putting in more infrastructure in place. But the big bang announcement continues to be the fact that middle class is getting the relief, the reprieve that they've been wanting, and there's been a clamor for some time. Let's get in my colleague Mara Shakil also joining me on this. Mara, something like this was expected, was on the cards, but it's a huge relief that's come in, something that the BJP government has been sort of wanting to also respond to for some time.
Yes, that's right. And the finance minister, they're saying that this is for boosting consumption, much more that is needed. And that is the reason why that this tax relief up to 12 lakh, which is huge for the middle class coming in. And if you look at it, taxpayers certainly would be very, very, cheerful, because this would mean that they can invest more, they can save more, and at the same time that there'll be more circulation of money in the markets as well. So certainly, Gauri, as we have been anticipating, does the government have elbow room? Yes, the government had that elbow room, but it required political intent. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman showing clearly that when it is about sending a message to the middle class, they're standing firmly with them. And let's not miss the fact that only yesterday the Prime Minister had signaled that there could be some generosity from, Goddess Lakshmi for the middle class in particular, and so it has come. But I think what Finance Minister said in the context of democracy, demographic, and also the larger question of demand, she said that these are the three pillars on which Viksit Bharat will be built. And that is the reason why I think these three D words or three big takeaways, I would say, of Budget 2025.
Indeed, Mara, indeed, democracy, demand and demography is what she said on, and which in fact reflects in the budget focus as well. There is a lot of focus on pushing manufacturing. There's a lot of focus on, in fact, creating a Make in India 2.0, so to say, and along with that, pushing in additional consumption. There's going to be a tax forego of about 1 lakh crore rupees, but the sense one gets is more than that would be made up in terms of additional consumption. Let me, in fact, also get you in on the other political aspects of this budget. Political aspects of this budget, we're going to come to it in just a bit. One heard a lot of Bihar also in the budget. But first, let's also get in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's been standing by in Parliament to really give us a sense of the jubilation one saw on the floor of the House from the Treasury benches, one that even the opposition benches had to join in. Sunil, talk to us about the impact and the import of the most important announcement, which is the relief for middle class.
Well, for us on NDTV, we were the first to say that there will be a separate new income tax act. Right from 2 days ago to even this morning, we've been saying that there will be a new income tax act. This is called the new version of the direct tax code, simpler language, simpler forms, simple for the middle class. So that's a big step forward, and it will be introduced before Parliament goes into recess. Having said that, the most important aspect, as you rightly point out, and has been said, this is, of course, the import for why Nirmala Sitharaman herself gave away. Household, consumption has to increase. That's something that needs to be done, and that is why they're given this big fill-up. For people who didn't understand the nitty-gritties, she said for 12 lakh and above, if you earn 12 lakhs, you will pay no income tax. That is under the new tax regime. So it's under that context that this whole thing is playing out. This will definitely have a major impact for the Delhi elections, as well as for the coming few months, to help probably India increase its growth, which is really defaulting at present.
Absolutely. And, Sunil, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit, but before I get in Sakshi as well, who is at the CII, to get a word from all the top honchos, let's just quickly tell our viewers the fact that it is not just that 12 lakhs is the exemption. The FM mentioned more than once decriminalization when it comes to taxes. She mentioned simplification of taxes and the reprieve up to 12 lakh rupees. It's three things, all three of them put together is the kind of relief that is in place for taxpayers. Let's now get in Sakshi, who's standing by to get a word from CII, the top honchos of India Inc., on what they feel about this budget.
Budget 2025 has been announced, and NDTV brings you the 360-degree coverage and analysis of Budget 2025. A budget looking at the poor, the middle class, the salaried class, and of course the big ask this time was the income tax relief, which the finance minister has just ended with as part of her announcement. Now, to decode this budget further, I'm joined by Vinaya Chatterjee, someone who looks at the infrastructure space very closely, Nasir Salim, someone who's tracking stock markets, which have jumped right after this income tax announcement, really. And of course, Vivek Gupta, partner at Deloitte India. Thank you all for your time. Vivek Gupta, the income tax relief, really the big ask this time across the board. NDTV spoke to citizens, economists, analysts, market experts even. And this, of course, budget catering to the middle class and the salaried class very, very clearly now.
No, that's absolutely true. I think if I were to summarize this budget in 2 words, the 2 words are consumption and investment. And the tax cuts really point to the fact that the finance minister is looking at boosting urban consumption. So a bunch of stuff done there, getting to a point where income up to 12 lakhs is fully exempt. For salaried taxpayers, together with the standard deduction, getting up to 12.75 lakhs. Significant relaxations on the TDS and TCS side, I think puts lots more money in the hands of the middle class, and that boosts urban consumption. So yes, from a tax rate perspective, certainly positive from the government.
A big positive from the government. Vinaya Chatterjee, your first thoughts, a budget that is looking at being pro-poor and pro-middle class then?
I will restrict my comments to the infrastructure sector. There has been a very strong signaling in this budget that the historical trend of the last 10 years, from 2014 onwards, that used very high levels of allocation for the infrastructure sector to pump prime economic growth has effectively been delinked from this budget. There has been, in her budget speech, there has been no mention of the word infrastructure, no mention of road, rail, and various other hard infrastructure allocations have not even been mentioned. And therefore, as I said, infrastructure is no more being used as an engine for pump priming economic growth. At the same time, the budget has a major sprinkling of very good specific initiatives on infrastructure for specific sectors, including, for example, extending the sunset clause for sovereign funds and the pension funds up to for the next 5 years. And I'm not going into detail now, but whether it is new airports or whether it is interventions on credit enhancement by NABFID, etc., there is a wide variety of very positive and specific, shall we say, facilities and incentives for different sectors of infra. And these are my two broad takes right now.
Right, Nasir Salim, specific sectors being addressed. We heard a lot being announced for medical, the healthcare and medical sector as well. And markets, of course, jumping soon after the income tax announcement then.
Absolutely, Sakshi. 3-4 key points on sectors. I think the agri sector looks pretty interesting now on account of reforms to support agriculture, farmers. I think the point on self-reliance on pulses does bode well. The other quick one is, I think both my panelists just said about CapEx, big boost for Bihar in particular. But, the 1.5 lakh crore for 50-year interest-free loans for states for CapEx seems to be also doing well in terms of the push. What we need to see now, of course, is it needs to, come down to execution, even by the states. The other one in continuation is pharma. I think the entire space looks a little more, it's a little net positive before the budget. Now it's looking a little more positive because they've, too early to say anything. I have to yet to go through the list, but 36 life-saving drugs have been exempted from basic customs duty. So I think that is that seems to be will boost earnings for pharmaceutical companies. I think the other big one, of course, as we broke before the budget announcements was on income tax slabs. And I had mentioned to you clearly that we're looking at that being anticipated in the announcement. So no income tax up to 12 lakhs is a big boost for consumption. I think, we saw GST numbers and consumption slowing down in 31st December numbers. I think those should start to pick up. I think the other quick one is infra, asset monetization. Right. Those are very key, important aspects which should support certain sectors.
Sectors and announcements. And of course, we will decode the fine print as well. We have Rahul Ahluwalia also joining us. He is the co-founder of the Foundation for Economic Development. Thank you for your time. Purchasing power, really, and more disposable income at hand. This was the key ask. Do you think the finance minister has delivered on that?
I mean, on that, definitely, right? I think the reduction in tax slabs across the board definitely makes domestic consumption higher, but I would actually like to draw your attention to how they've made exports easier, right? Because the domestic market, if you look at our GDP as domestic market is 3.5 trillion, the export potential is 50, 60, 70 trillion, right? So I think that's why we should set our sights. And from there are a couple of very encouraging things in this budget, right? Duty rationalization makes it so we have to remember that taxes on imports are taxes on exports, right? So rationalization of taxes on imports is very important for boosting our exports. They've done that. So we should give praise where it's due. One very interesting thing that they've done, it sounds like a minor thing, but actually it could be a game changer, is this safe harbor extension for electronics manufacturing and storage, right? That's a specific provision that has been preventing very large players from making India a hub for global manufacturing. Because what it does is it opens up international entities to tax claims from Indian authorities. They have now said that they will provide safe harbor for this, right? So it really makes India a much more attractive destination for electronic sourcing. So we already had some momentum going. I do think that this is a positive movement for that too. I'll pass it back to you. There are other things, but we can...
Right. Vivek Gupta, also the finance minister, very clearly giving that startup push and encouraging women entrepreneurs as well. A key ask again. Something, of course, further ease of doing business was a key ask. You think that too is a big hit?
Look, the whole emphasis, as I said, is on fresh investments in the economy. He spoke about the extension of the sunset clause for sovereign and pension funds. I think that's a big one. Our estimate is they've opened it up for one full new cycle of 5 years, and they've said the exemption for sovereign and pension funds now goes up to 31st March 2030. The Deloitte assessment on this was this should open up at least $30 to $35 billion of foreign investment. Our working was 4 years is roughly about 28 billion. So this means $30 to $35 billion of fresh FDI into the economy in targeted sectors by investors who are long-term investors, sovereign and pension funds. So look at how cleverly the budget is done. On the one side, you're putting more money in the hands of consumers by cutting down tax rates, by pushing agriculture and therefore rural consumption demand. On the other side, to complete the virtuous cycle, as Vinayak said, without doing too much English on the word infrastructure, you have a bunch of interesting things happening there. And you're opening up, let's say, $30 to $35 billion in infra, pushing up the government's asset monetization plan. So it is, for the first time, a very, let's say, a very here and now immediate budget. The finance minister also said that there will be a new income tax bill in the next week. While the substantive provisions, I think, have been announced, but this new bill will further ease doing business. She said it'll be half the number of words, half the number of sections. I don't know whether that means more work for us or less. But if it's a slimmer income tax law, hopefully this whole concept of trust first and scrutinize later, that the Prime Minister Modi government has stood for, is something that gets carried forward in that bill.
Right.
So I would say hugely positive, both from a consumption and investment story standpoint.
Right.
And your point on startups is just feeds into that. Investment in various sectors of the economy.
Investment in various sectors of the economy. Nasir Salim, economy-sensitive stocks then. Let's talk about housing and auto. Electric vehicles also found a key mention there. Your first thoughts on how that was addressed?
I think, I wouldn't get into specific of stocks, but sectors broadly, I'm just looking now, Sakshi, and we see the FMCG index up 3% as we discussing this. In automobiles, we see some of the larger names up 6%, which is a big thumbs up to this entire consumption, broadly going up. And I think, look, the point is that we had to address the middle income group, right? They are the supporters of tax collections. We've been repeatedly saying this, that, we've done, the other quick point I said before we got into the discussion was corporate profits have gone up for FY24, all-time high. Real wages have come down. So we're hoping that with some of these changes, even on the rural economy side, income levels should start to pick up there, and which will again support this entire consumption theme. So, in a nutshell, I would say this budget looks at the middle income group, supporting the right policies for growth for them, and I think liquidity injection, indirectly or directly through tax slabs rationalization, will support the narrative ahead.
Right, liquidity injection, liquidity boost. Vinay Chatterjee, do you agree in particular with the capital expenditure target and of course infrastructure? We're not talking about just infrastructure today. We're also living in times where we are talking about quality infrastructure.
Okay. So a huge thumbs up now coming in from the CII. The industry certainly cheering the new budget of 2025. Let's listen in to the reactions which have started coming in. Karthi Chidambaram, Congress MP, has spoken. Let's listen in.
Mr. Chidambaram, what do you think of today's budget? It's been seen as giving major relief to the middle class.
The budget speech itself can't be based on making an assessment. One needs to look at the details before one makes an assessment of it. Many schemes have been announced, but one needs to understand whether these schemes are an add-on to the previous schemes announced in the previous budgets of the same government last year, and what is the status of those schemes. So one really can't make an assessment merely by listening to the finance minister's brief speech.
But is it better than last year's?
I mean, there seems to be an intent to help a certain sections, but I have to see whether it actually translates to some sort of material difference in their finances. And I can only make that assessment after I look at the details.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chidambaram, what do you...
Okay, so the big takeaway certainly is the tax exemptions which have come in, and the opposition there saying that it's implementation which is important, not announcement. Politics of budget will be discussed in just a bit, but Gauri, loop in here as we take up this discussion forward with the studio guests who are joining us. Gauri Puri continues to be with us. We have Riaz Thinga, who is the partner, Direct Tax, Grant Thornton. We also have Shashank Gupta, Senior Director, MAG Tax Advice. Riaz, beginning with you, I mean, what kind of impact do you think it will have, particularly the kind of tax relief which has come in? Because, you know, for years, economists and policymakers had been suggesting that this is needed because India's problem is largely demand side. And now that demand will increase if the middle class has more money in its hands.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think most of the asks that we had have been kind of addressed. On one side, increasing consumption by putting more money in the hands of the middle class. I think that has been addressed extremely well. On the simplification side, rationalization side, we've seen on one hand, announcement that the new tax code will be coming in within a week. That's a great big announcement. A big ask and reduction on the number of TDS sections and rationalization of rates there. That has also been addressed. So I think overall, most of the asks have been taken care of.
Indeed. In fact, if we were to just club some of these very important announcements, all of them related to direct tax, whether it is the remittances aspect, the rent aspect, the education relief that's now going to be given till about 10 lakhs. Add to it, of course, the fact that now there's going to be a simplified tax code till 12 lakh rupees. What is the kind of total impact, if we can do some back of the envelope calculations in terms of what is the kind of immediate relief, Gauri, that we are looking at here for the middle class, for the salaried? Gauri Puri.
No, so I think that, you know, the government has kept its ear on the ground. Just before we went into the budget and we were listening to the finance minister's speech, it was all about, you know, the government needs to spur consumption in the face of slowing economic growth, and it's just done that. So if you see the finance minister's announcement, what they've done through a series of reduction in the slab rates and the tax rebate, an individual who is earning up to 12 lakhs would not be paying any taxes at all. And I think that by giving more money in the hands of people, not only through reducing tax rate, but also rationalizing the entire TDS regime by increasing thresholds, by making sure that there are a lot of payments that don't even go under the TDS space, you will give more cash flow to the people. That should spur consumption and in turn economic growth. And I think everybody will benefit from a more simplified tax regime as we go forward.
Okay, a lot of reactions coming in. In fact, a lot of opposition leaders have spoken out. Let's listen in.
Especially the Delhi election coming on the 5th of this month. The finance minister has given a big exemption saying that for 12 lakhs, there's no tax. Then she goes on to say that there's a slab of 8 to 12 lakhs, there's 10%. So it's very, very confusing. I think the devil's in the details. She tries to promise to the voters there are no tax, they are exempted for tax till 12 lakhs. But there is not a very simple, straightforward thing. They have to claim in TDS and all this thing, provided they have those benefits alone. Can you claim that 0% tax for 12 lakhs? So basically, once again, it's a letdown for the middle class. The middle class seems to be again been cheated by the finance minister again. And then again,
बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी माँ की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है। जो आंकड़े बताए जा रहे हैं जान जाने के, वो झूठे आंकड़े हैं। जिस सरकार को 17 घंटे से ज्यादा लग गया हो जानकारी देने के लिए कि वहां पर भगदड़ हुई है, लोगों की जान गई है, और जब हम और आप लोग बात कर रहे हैं 100 घंटे से ज्यादा हो जाएंगे। लोग जो
Well, joining with us is Priyanka Chaturvedi. Ma'am, how do you rate the budget just presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman?
I'm not into ratings, but all I will say is that people of the country have finally been heard by the finance minister, especially the middle class, which had been repeatedly asking for some relief, some tax burden relief, because their salaries were not increasing while their tax burden was increasing. Inflation was ensuring that they had no savings left, no investment opportunities left for them. That has been taken care of or heard of, and we're hoping that in the coming times she will continue to hear the voices of the people and do things which will push the economy forward, push the savings and investments of the people.
Ma'am, why you have been saying that this budget was more concentrated on states like Bihar?
No, I'm not saying that. It is the finance minister's focus on Bihar. And I would say that people of Bihar would be hoping that every year there is an election for some reason or the other, because that is the only time the focus is on the state of Bihar. However, whatever projects that have been given to Bihar, I welcome them, and I hope Bihar continues towards a more focused, developed, contributing economical state for the country.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
सबसे ज़्यादा तो स्टेटों के नाम देखिए, बिहार जहाँ पे चोन आ रही है, बिहार बिहार बिहार, उसके बाद असम की आ रही है तो असम, पंजाब का तो नामो निशानी है। वो किसान धरने में बैठे 4 साल से एमएसपी की लीगल गारंटी के लिए। किसान के लिए क्या मखाना बोर्ड, ये बोर्ड, वो बोर्ड, सो किसानों के विरुद्ध एक बजट था और किसान जो उसके लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं उनकी तो कुछ सुनी नहीं गई, तो दुख है।
Shravi is also joining us. He is the former chairman of Bombay Stock Exchange. What do you think is the big takeaway according to you? I mean, what do you think will be the big headline of this budget of Nirmala Sitharaman?
So this is one budget which has given instant relief to middle class. That's the first thing. Second, there is simplification, rationalization, and it's a progressive budget. So if I have to sum it up, this is the 4 words I would use. It has given some instant relief. It has rationalized duties. There is a simplification which will come in the new tax regime that will come, next tax code that will come. And also what you have seen is structural changes. For example, agriculture and export. If you look at agriculture and export, the focus on pulses, cotton, etc., urea, all this is going to have long-term effect. And the structural part is also equally important. So this is a combination of structural, and simplification, and also giving instant relief. So it's a very, very balanced budget in my view.
Okay, let's also get in a view in terms of the impact this will have in terms of the overall finances of the government, and then we touch upon some of the other aspects of the other announcements. Mr. Riaz, let me bring you in here in terms of, well, you know, you're putting out for our viewers the slabs that have now been put in place. A new income tax bill will be tabled next week. In your assessment, how do you see the overall picture for taxation, for middle class, for the salaried here? I also talked to you about the fact that in terms of the direct tax mop-ups, there is now a significant increase that's also been budgeted in for the next year. So the government hopes there will going to be more consumption going forward with the relief that will come in.
Sure. I think we should look at the budget in its holistic manner. On one hand, we are talking about tax reliefs, putting more money in the hands of the middle class, which will boost consumption. On the other hand, there have been targeted investments, targeted expenses to boost the manufacturing sector, AI, technology, EVs and nuclear power, etc., which in turn is definitely going to spur the economy, grow the business as a whole, and I think it should balance out in a way by increasing employment, increasing consumption, and therefore having greater taxes collection.
In fact, there's one number that I think is very important, apart from, of course, the huge tax relief. That is the fiscal deficit number. The finance minister has been so prudent in her assessment. The fiscal deficit number for this year is 4.8% and she's budgeted it to be 4.4% for next year, which means there's not going to be any slip up when it comes to ensuring that the government finances remain in place. And why it matters to our viewers, why it matters to everybody is because if the government remains frugal, what it means is that inflation remains under control, cost of living remains under control, which impacts everybody. So that's the reason why this number is extremely important as well, the 4.4% on fiscal deficit. Should we get in, Mr. Ravi, on the big picture numbers in terms of the macro numbers that the government has put out? Mr. Ravi?
As you rightly mentioned, fiscal prudence. So, because see, next year is going to be the pay commission, 2026. So there was a lot of talk about how will we manage the fiscal deficit, because that is one key aspect that was looking like a challenge. But with fine numbers, which will of course emerge as we read the fine print. But this number 4.4 is a great achievement considering all what has been put in the budget. So on one side you have tax reliefs, on the other side fiscal prudence, and other side you have long-term capex and development in terms of agriculture, EV, exports, and manufacturing. So I think if you look at all these together, the numbers are looking very good. So that is what I have to say, because capex wise also this will bring in a lot of capex. It will also bring in rural economy into play. So if you look at the rural, the inflation and the urban inflation, there was a difference there. And I think rural and agricultural, sort of focus was going to help us to build a strong rural India. That is what I have to say.
Okay, Shashank, come in now, in terms of income tax reforms, because, all the headlines in the papers tomorrow perhaps will be that, and there'll be a lot of discussion around it. No tax up to the income of 12 lakh rupees, a limit of TDS on rent up from 2.4 lakh to 6 lakhs, TDS limit on interest to senior citizens up from 50,000 to 1 lakh, time limit for updated returns extended to 4 years. I mean, this will be seen as a defining moment in terms of tax reforms.
Well, no doubt about it. And I think in the coming week, when the new income tax bill also detailed and is brought in public domain, I think it will only add to the list. What I would also like to add to this present discussion, that while certainly the income tax changes are being the main highlight of the budget, let us also consider that similar rationalization and simplification has also been announced in the customs laws, which will also help and enable Make in India, which will also open the doors, simplify for cross-border trade, facilitate exports, as well as investment in India. I think another very important factor is that for the insurance sector, 100% foreign investment is proposed to be allowed, with the only condition being that the entire premium amount should be invested in India. I think looking at it from a 360-degree perspective, I think simplification, rationalization, opening of the economy, I think it's overall a very good and positive budget.
Indeed it is, and what you're mentioning about the indirect tax rejigs that have also taken place is significant. They do impact Make in India. They also come at a time when we are trying to have difficult trade negotiations with the US and several other countries. We'll come to all of that in a bit, but I still feel the big headline, as Maria also said, continues to be the relief for the middle class. And let me get in Gauri here in the studio. I have a namesake as well, which is that, when you add up all of these, the fact that this has been in the offing for a while now, the pay commission announcement, ever since it came, the clamor for a relief for the taxpayers also really grew. It also grew at a time because, corporate taxes as a percentage of direct taxes have gone down, meaning that it is the salaried people shouldering the growth, burden or expectation of this country. How do you see this going forward in terms of the larger impact? And also, which pockets do you think it will actually impact the most? There is, of course, announcements for all of them, for students, for senior citizens, for all. Where do you see the maximum impact?
I think, like you mentioned, the middle class really feels rewarded, right? Because for a very long time, they have been sort of carrying the burden of taxes in this country because their taxes get deducted at source by, by employers. What's really changed is that you've seen the government really work towards formalization of the economy in the last 10 years. And what we worked on is our tax base. So that gives them a little bit of fiscal room, but when compliance numbers increase, they can tweak around with rates and give the relief where it is needed, now that it ties in so beautifully with the broader goal of enhancing consumption. In terms of who would benefit, I think it is the individual who earns somewhere up to 12 lakhs, even from, I think, 12 to 24 lakhs. The way the government sort of given this benefit is, and I think there's conversation around, oh, but the slab rate only refers, it's talking about a rate of 10%, 20%, is through the rebate. Because it is through the tax rebate, which is applied at the end, that it kind of seals which particular category, income category.
Would you like to simplify that with an example for the benefit of our viewers?
So I think, for instance, let's say that I am earning 24 lakhs or I'm earning 36 lakhs, right? I will go by the slab rate because the, and my tax will be computed through that. The rebate is applied in the end as a deduction to that tax liability to then determine what is your ultimate tax outflow. So when you deal with an individual who has, let's say a salary of 10 lakhs, when you go through the slab, at the end of the day, at the end of the computation, when you apply the rebate, that's how it really turns into a zero. So through this mechanism, they're able to ensure that the benefit is passed on to certain income categories and not to high net worth individuals or individuals who may be earning, say, 50 lakhs or 60 lakhs, right? Their contribution needs to be more because we are a part of a progressive tax system and there needs to be equity in taxation.
Yes.
All right, Shashank, come in again, because let's focus on the slabs and how rates have changed and how will it impact our lives. So if an individual has an income of 30 lakh rupees per annum, what does it mean for him or her?
Broadly speaking, it certainly means that he would be saving on his tax outgo. Some numbers were announced by the FM while in her budget speech. I would avoid putting an exact number around it right now, but it certainly means that it would leave with some tax savings in his hands. I think the greater benefit, the highest amount of benefit will go to those who are within the 12 lakh income range. For the higher income ranges, while there will certainly be some benefit, but comparatively it would not be such a great benefit or such a differential benefit as would be the case for the individuals having income within the bracket of 0 to 12 lakh rupees.
Okay, so for the benefit of our viewers, the fact that the exemption has been increased significantly, it was about 5 lakhs, then 7 lakhs till 2023, and it has now been increased to 12 lakhs. So there's a sharp increase that has taken place in the exemption limit in line with, as Maria said, as some of the guests have been saying, expectation. But I want to ask this to you, Mr. Riaz. There's a sharp increase in the exemption limit. Of course, the back of the envelope calculations should be supporting a massive increase in consumption, right? Because from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs is a huge jump for the government. How do you see this? And were you anticipating an increase to the tune that has come in?
No, definitely not. I mean, of course, the asks have been there, but this is a very, very pleasant surprise that we have been, we've seen this kind of announcement of this magnitude by the finance minister. Having said that, when we speak about the total tax collection, maybe the impact will not be that negative in terms of terms because the benefit is going to the people with the lower threshold limits at 12 lakhs. So the larger taxpayers will continue to pay taxes almost to the extent that they've been paying. As a result, the total cost to the exchequer may not be as large as it appears from the announcement.
Okay.
All right, let's take a quick break. But before that, listen in to Naveen Jindal, what he had to say on Budget 2025.
Being joined by Naveen Jindal, BJP MP, sir. How do you rate this budget? What are your highlights?
Well, I would rate this budget 10 out of 10. It has taken care of all the sections of the society, and definitely the middle income group, is definitely going to be very, very happy, because the tax slabs earlier was 7 lakh. Above 7 lakh, one had to pay taxes. Now it has become 12 lakhs. Nobody had imagined. People were even talking about maybe 7 lakh would be raised to 10 lakh. It was raised to 12 lakhs. So that's something people are very, very happy about. And other than that, for MSME, this budget is really good to encourage MSME, because MSME, especially our government, is very, very focused on taking care of the MSME, all its aspects, so that whatever credit it needs, it is provided that. Whatever encouragement it needs, it is provided that. So that is going to be very...
Okay, so big headline continues to be and is really the relief for middle class. As we said earlier, just before listening into that conversation, that the threshold limit has gone up from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. It is bound to lead to spending, whether it's going to be in terms of, purchase of houses, or whether it's going to be more consumption, only leading into consumer durables. That is really the big game plan that the government is also really now trying to put in place to ensure that the larger impact is much positive. And let's get in Shashank Gupta on that. Shashank, I know indirect taxes are important, but as I said, how much less we are all going to pay in terms of taxes is all that matters, isn't it?
Well, certainly it does. It does to me as an individual, it does to us as a group. And I believe that is what matters most to the common man, to everyone who's there in the audience. It matters because all of us are very directly impacted by it. And let us also, I also understand that this is the clear highlight of the budget. And this was also something which has been pending for several years now. This was a demand of the medium, for the medium segment of our society since long, and was being widely expected. But I think what the government has done very outstanding in an outstanding way is the difference from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. It is simply outstanding what they've done.
I think it is in line with expectations, as I said, and also the fact that a lot of pent-up demand pertaining to larger industries could really be kick-started now. As I said, you speak to real estate people, they say that housing demand is still something that they want to spur. This is the kind of transformative or game-changing decisions that could really kickstart that larger motion. And when we talk about budget, I think budget is about trade-offs. It's just about when you trade off a 1 lakh crore direct tax impact, what is it that you get in terms of consumption, spending that really has a multiplier effect on the economy and boosts that. Okay, so a quick final word, let's get in from Mr. Ravi also on the fact that, as I said, in 2019 it was 5 lakhs, in 2023 it became 7 lakhs, and now we're talking about 12 lakhs. That's the kind of change that in direct tax mindset that has happened within the government, and now it remains to be seen how does it reflect in the economy going forward. Mr. Ravi.
So first thing, I was also not expecting this 12 lakhs. Most people were not expecting this 12 lakhs. We were thinking that it will be at 10 lakhs. That is what we were expecting. But if you look at all the numbers together, what will be the impact on the whole sort of tax collection will be around 5%. I have not done a back-ended calculation, but it will be just around 5%. So government, it has done, this budget, what it has done by just saving that, by giving away 5 to 7%, they have actually increased consumption, and they have brought a lot of people into the sort of mode of consuming and also spending. So which is a great thing. And let us look at senior citizens also. So from a senior citizen's point, the TDS rationalization which has happened, and the TDS that they have given, and the TCS which has come for others is a great step. So all this is going to make the tax more efficient and simpler. The TDS rationalization, if you look at the slabs, it was from 0 to 30% that was the TDS slabs. So that has been totally rationalized, and I think it's a great step. It will help, the ambiguity that was there and a lot of disputes that were happening, that will be eradicated in this process. So I feel from a tax viewpoint, it's a great budget. And in all forms, it's a great budget. I would like to also add, for startup, there is something, 10,000 crores. For MSME, there is this credit
Hold your
guarantee
thought there,
scheme.
sir. There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to cover up all of those points that you just mentioned. But I have to take a very quick break, and we come back on the other side with our rolling coverage of Budget 2025. Stay with us.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society.
Finance Minister's big bonanza for the middle income group. No tax up to income of 12 lakh rupees. New tax slabs will ensure no tax up to 4 lakh rupees. Finance Minister announces 100% FT.
Kind attention. I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
Capex of 10.18 lakh crore rupees for the current year, and says that the fiscal deficit this year was at 4.8%. Politics over Budget 2025 gets underway. Opposition says that implementation is the key, not the announcement. All right, the rolling coverage of Budget 2025 continues. The Finance Minister has given a huge relief for the middle class. What all is there in terms of her red bike Haita and the kind of kick-starting of the economy? We're going to try and cover all of that, but let me quickly now welcome my colleague Vasudha Venugopal in the broadcast as well.
Well, thank you, Gauri, and hello to all our viewers. So in what is being seen as a big relief to the middle class, the Finance Minister today, Nirmala Sitharaman, while presenting her 8th consecutive budget, has announced that there will be no income tax for income up till 12 lakhs per annum. And she's also said that the new tax structure which will aim at substantially reducing tax paid by middle class, will ensure taxpayers up to 12 lakh will not have to pay income tax. And in fact, taxpayer in the new regime with income of up to 12 lakh will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, while a person with an income of 18 lakh will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees. Now, of course, this is being aimed at the middle class. While Delhi elections are also coming up, the government's offerings for Bihar especially cannot be ignored. And Gauri, there have also been several other measures, including a new entrepreneur scheme for women and also several schemes for Bihar, and more importantly, a 500 crore outlay for development of AI in India, and a lot of focus on R&D in colleges, startups, deep tech. So she has announced a lot of schemes which keep youth at the center of it. In fact, at the cabinet meeting that was held for the approval of the budget, the Prime Minister said, in fact, he reiterated his aim to his Council of Ministers, saying that this is going to be for Gyan, which is, of course, Garib, Yuva, and also for the Nari Shakti, and also for youngsters of the country, and also for the farmers of the country. So that was the focus of it. In fact, the budget, the Prime Minister walked up to her and said that it was a very good budget. I just came out of the Parliament where Nirmala Sitharaman also, went to the Lok Sabha Speaker's room and she had a chat with him. In fact, the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah also had a conversation in the Prime Minister's room, and now all ministers have started dispersing. The Finance Minister was also accompanied by her daughter today and her brother and his wife. So clearly there was a little bit of encouragement from the family. There you see the convoys of ministers going back to their offices. Today is a big day for the government, especially. Let's first listen into what the Finance Minister said, the big takeaways from the budget today.
Yes.
In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle-class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month, other than the special rate income such as capital gains, under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers.
Okay, there you heard the Finance Minister in that big relief for the middle class. Let me also rope in my colleague Saurabh, who's joining us from Kolkata. Mahalakshmi's blessings for the middle class have come, and how? Talk to us, Saurabh, about what are you picking up from people around you? Have you been able to speak to anyone? What are they saying? Were they expecting the relief to be to the tune of 12 lakh rupees?
Well, let me take that question straight away to Shashwat Goenka, Vice Chairman of the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Shashwat, this blessing of the middle class, as it's being called, how do you respond to that? How do you react to that?
I think it's a wonderful measure, and if you really look at today's budget overall, the Honorable Finance Minister presented something that is very progressive, forward-looking, inclusive, and I would say in a way path-breaking, right? Because it addresses every aspect that is required for the economy to propel to becoming a Viksit Bharat. And I think the measure you spoke about is a measure that is because it will boost consumption for the middle class, which will boost production and put the economy into a positive cycle of growth.
Also, the focus on farmers and the districts, and the cancer care announcements, the removal of duties on life-saving drugs. All of that must be a lot of relief to a lot of Indians who are watching this budget.
Absolutely, and like I said, the budget is something that has covered all aspects of society and of economy, across sectors, across strata of society. And I think when you look at India predominantly, it is an agricultural first economy. And I think the measures that have been taken to boost agriculture, agricultural employment, and business potential in agriculture will go a long way in propelling India.
And one of the things I think what the Finance Minister also spoke about is competitive and cooperative federalism, where, she spoke about, this new index that we're talking about. That is something that also you must be watching with a lot of, interest.
Absolutely, and I think I'm a fundamental believer that competition leads to the best output because everyone then puts their best foot forward. So this is something that I'm very excited to hear about, and I'm sure it'll lead to a lot of positive progressiveness for the country.
Also, what else do you think stands out for you in this budget? Because I know the income tax announcement is big, and there's no denying it, and it is going to bring relief to the middle class. But apart from that, what were you looking at that you believe that the budget also addressed?
I think there were two other things in the budget today that really stood out for me. One was the significant focus on MSME, especially given that they form a large part of the Indian economy, and they are the true growth engine for India as we look at it, especially because a large part of India today is under the age of 35, and they are the ones who are starting up and are being entrepreneurial and are running these MSMEs. So I think a lot of impetus for the MSMEs, which will lead to a lot of productivity and growth for the country. And the second thing is the emphasis on investments, because without investments, there is no way anybody can grow, right? And so I think the investments were outlined across all segments and sectors, and I think that is what I was very excited to hear about.
And anything specific that you felt was missed out, could have been addressed?
When I look at the budget today, I think overall it looked at all aspects of the country and the economy. It was very inclusive, and I thought it was very well thought through because it looked at every small aspect that could add to the growth of the Indian economy, and each of them was addressed. So I think it was a very progressive budget which was all inclusive, and I don't think anything was missed out.
Shashwat Goenka, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
So that's Mr. Goenka. Of course, he represents the CII Eastern region, and this is, of course, his understanding and his reaction to the budget.
So that is Saurabh Gupta getting us voices from experts from Kolkata. Remember that increasing investment in the country, which is key to growth, was something that was substantially visible, evident in today's budget. Also, FDI limit for insurance sector will be raised to 100% is what the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced today. And this limit is applicable to those who invest entire premium in India. And if you talk about the other important announcements that have been made today with regard to investment, remember the Prime Minister yesterday said that innovation, inclusion and investment are going to be the key pillars of Modi 3.0. Clearly, the government wants to focus on growth to ensure that the slump in domestic consumption is also brought to speed. And more importantly, the kind of slowdown that we have been witnessing is something that is addressed. And the Indian growth story, or India's growth story, actually gets the momentum it deserves. In fact, Nirmala Sitharaman also announced today that the new income tax bill will be brought into the parliament next week, and that is going to be aligned with the principles of justice. She also said that Jan Vishwas 2.0 is also going to be brought in, which will in some ways look at reducing unnecessary regulatory compliances, making it easy for MSMEs and also for startups. And a high-level committee will be set up for regulatory reforms in the non-financial sector. And a new index called the Investment Friendliness Index will also be set up. Remember, Niti Aayog already has the ease of doing business, which this is all to ensure that states remain competitive, and there is a sense of competition when it comes to attracting investments. Let's go across to my colleague Anuj Rayate, who will get us voices from the financial capital of the country, Maharashtra and also Mumbai, as to what they feel about the key takeaways from the budget today.
Vasudha, I've got a few youngsters here. Let us try and directly talk to them about what they feel about these issues. सबसे पहले बताइए कि आप क्या करते हो?
Hi, मेरा नाम भावेश शिंदे है. मैं BMM student हूँ. I'm currently working at a pharmaceutical company. Yeah.
So, just a few moments ago, we saw Nirmala Sitharaman end her budget speech, and the highlight of that speech was that those earning up to 12 lakh rupees will not have to pay income tax anymore. Of course, the rebation also counts later on, but what I want to understand from you is that you're going to step into this industry very soon, and consumption and parity have been some of the important values. So, as a youngster, जो कि industry में अभी जाने वाला, independently पैसे कमाने वाले, ऐसे decision को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
See, first of all, we welcome the Nirmala Sitharaman जो डिसीजन उन्होंने लिया है, बिकॉज एज यू सी जो कंजम्पशन जो अभी है मार्केट में चल रहा है बहुत कम हो गया है, बिकॉज टैक्स स्लैब और पिछले कुछ महीने से टैक्स आप देख रहे पूरे इंडिया में चल ही रहा है. सो अभी जो उन्होंने लाया 1 लाख के अंडर जो 12 लाख जो कमा रहे उनको टैक्स नहीं मिलने वाला. सो उसमें मनी जो फ्लो होगा मार्केट में, सो इट विल बी अ ग्रेट बेनिफिट फॉर यंगस्टर्स एज वेल, एंड जो अभी ऑलरेडी जो कमा रहे 1 लाख तक जो कमा रहे उनके लिए ऑल, क्योंकि जो मार्केट में जो पैसा आने वाला इन्वेस्टमेंट भी कर सकते हैं. जो पैसा जो इसमें जा रहा था, टैक्स में जो जा रहा था, नाउ वी कैन इन्वेस्ट दैट फॉर आवर सेल्फ, वी कैन इन्वेस्ट दैट फॉर आवर फ्यूचर एज वेल. सो इट्स अ ग्रेट इनिशिएटिव आई विल से फ्रॉम मैम.
ओके, दैट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंटर. आप मुझे बताइए कि एक सबसे पहले आप क्या करते हो?
मैं इंजीनियरिंग किया, मैं जॉब लगा, जस्ट जॉब लगा.
ओके, इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज उन्होंने अपने स्पीच का हाईलाइट ये भी था कि जो स्टार्टअप्स रहेंगे इंडिया में उसको भी एक तरीके से प्रमोट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. और हम देख रहे हैं कि पिछले कुछ सालों में इंडिया में स्टार्टअप कल्चर एक तरीके से बूम हो रहा है. Of course, you're an engineer right now. You're working in a job, and then later on you might have ideas to do something by your own self. तो ये जो पूरा स्टार्टअप कल्चर है जिसको गवर्नमेंट का encouragement मिल रहा है as a youngster, as an engineer, how do you look at that?
मिलने तो वाला है, एक तरफ से देखा तो अच्छा भी, एक तरफ से देखा तो बुरा भी. देखा जाए तो अभी देखो, जो पैसा जो बच रहा है इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, जगह लेंगे, बहुत जगह है. लेकिन जो एकदम देख जा रहा है कि पैसा बचा कर रहे क्या, जो फ्री में योजना जो दे रहे हैं ना, वो किधर से तो वो कम होती जाएगा, लेकिन वो ऐसा हो रहा है. तो ऐसा हो जाएगा.
कहना है कि जो सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम्स है उनके ऊपर फर्क पड़ेगा, ऐसे
फर्क पड़ने वाला है. वैसा तो होगा ही ना, क्योंकि जो टैक्स लेते थे वो योजना में डालते थे. जैसे फ्री योजना आती थी, जैसा देखा जाएगा तो मतलब सरकारी जो मिलता था फ्री में वो उसी टैक्स में से जाता था. अभी वो तो थोड़ा बहुत करके वो तो कम हो जाएगा. लेकिन वैसा भी देखा जाएगा तो जितना जितना पैसा जो वो बचा दे तो हर सरकार ने ये योजना निकाला तो अच्छी बात होगी, क्योंकि तो सोचा भी होगा तो उसके हिसाब से कुछ तो होगा भी वैसे.
तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज़ व्हाट इज़ इम्पोर्टेंट, इज़ व्हाट यू सेइंग. अब यू टेल मी कि हमने देखा काफ़ी ब्रीफली में बताइए कि रूरल जो इंडस्ट्री उसमें भी इन्वेस्ट करने की बहुत कोशिश की है सरकार ने. व्हाट आर योर व्यूज़ अबाउट मेंटेनिंग अ बैलेंस बिटवीन रूरल एंड अर्बन इकोनॉमी?
आई थिंक दैट अभी क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम रूरल में ये हो रहा है कि बहुत सारे कुछ मार्केट है ही नहीं, लोग सब रूरल अपने गांव से सब सिटीज़ आ रहे हैं. सो इट्स अ बेटर इनिशिएटिव. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जब रूरल डेवलपमेंट होता जाएगा तो लोग दे डोंट हैव टू लीव देयर हाउसेस एंड and work and struggle here in the city. So the better it is, the closer to them. Yes, it's better to have that kind.
All right, these were very interesting voices here from the Mumbaikars. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Anuj. Those voices from the financial capital of the country. Also joining us now is BJP leader Prakash Javadekar, former minister. Mr. Javadekar, thank you so much for joining us. A big day for the government and for the party, sir. There was a certain sense that middle class was feeling a lot of pressure. This is also coming at a time when domestic consumption was in some ways mutated. And also we are looking for some momentum in the economy that has slowed down. How do you find the budget? Has it been able to address the demands of the middle class?
The justice which was much needed and due for long for middle class, because it is paying income tax, and essentially honest income taxpayers have to be given concession. So that is given, and that is why people are so happy. But this is not just about middle class. This is about taking India further to the goal of achieving Vikasit Bharat by 2047. And what it is giving is, it is fiscal deficit in control, not a small achievement. Then inflation will be moderate. Make in India the thrust area. Unlocking the India's potential is what is on card. Make in India, MSME, thrust on MSME, their production, their role is recognized well. Ease of providing, ease of doing business. I think this is the thrust of this budget. And there are so many factors and decisions taken in this regard. It is essentially a reforms budget. It is performance budget. It is most interesting factor is in every aspect. Sustainability has become a catchword. Sustainability, because world is suffering from climate change and there will be many problems for all countries. That Modi ji's own commitment to sustainability is reflected all over the budget, and that is the most welcoming feature. Productivity. This was the need of the hour. This was lacking. In India, if we are taking food production, we are half the productivity than the world's best. Our world's best, we are just 30-40%. And average is world's average, and our productivity is 50%. So unless we increase the productivity in every respect, be it in factory, be it in farm, be it in our all endeavors, we cannot compete in the world. And therefore, all the measures taken has a far-reaching impact. And therefore, I will say this is a transformative budget laying the foundation stone for Vikasit Bharat of 2047.
Okay. Mr. Javadekar, in your assessment, besides the huge relief that's come in for the middle class, what would be that other big game-changing move? Would that be the reforms in manufacturing that the FM has announced? Or would it be a complete intention to deregulate that she has mentioned again in the budget speech? What, according to you, stands out as that big transformative move?
One is, which is not discussed, but human capital. We have recognized if we have to be a demographic dividend, then we must to improve our human capital. And Atal Tinkering Lab at 50,000 schools, broadband at all rural schools, childhood education, Saksham Anganwadi is nothing but childhood education propounded in our national education policy. Then Bharatiya Bhasha, GAN, skilling, excellence centers, more ITIs.
Indeed.
All this is strengthening ITIs is all that is building the human capital and more medical seats.
Absolutely.
And more seats.
Absolutely.
So this is one. But as you asked very particularly, that infrastructure boost has not gone down. It is capex is 10 lakh plus crores.
Yes.
It's a huge development and we'll continue on the growth trajectory and building our infrastructure. They have identified tourism and many other sectors.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. A huge, huge focus on infrastructure. I'm afraid I have to cut you short there, sir, because I have to cut across to Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri, who's speaking right now.
2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है, उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी और डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। भूतपूर्व सैनिकों और उनकी फैमिलीज को बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए यंग सर्विसमैन कंट्रीब्यूटरी हेल्थ स्कीम यानी ECHS को 8,300 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है। ये पिछले साल के बजटरी एलोकेशन से लगभग 19% अधिक है। बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए इस साल के बजट में कैपिटल हेड के तहत बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, भाई ऐसा है, इसे काहे को लंबा डाल दिए, कोई जरूरत नहीं, बंद कर दिए, बहुत लेंदी कर दिया, बहुत कोई जरूरत नहीं है। प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.4।
Okay, that of course was Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and with me here now in the studio is the editor-in-chief of the NDTV network, Mr. Sanjay Pugalia, to give his expert view, take on the budget. Sir, thank you so much for being here, and decode for us, sir, explain to us why this budget is transformative. हम headline की बात कर रहे हैं, 12 lakh rupees, but talk to us, sir, about what you think are the key highlights of the budget.
थैंक्स गौरी। सबसे पहले तो कहता ना अटेंशन ग्रैब करने के लिए, उसमें मेरा पहला डायलॉग ये है कि ये RRR है, बहुत ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल बजट है, रिफॉर्मिस्ट बजट है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी बजट है जहाँ तक देश के इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस का सवाल है। लेकिन जहाँ तक पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी का सवाल है या पॉलिटिक्स का सवाल है, तो इसका एक लाइटर वेन में हेडलाइन ये हो सकता है कि आज बिहार के चुनाव का ऐलान हो गया और दिल्ली का बूथ कब्जा हो गया। क्योंकि मिडिल क्लास को इतनी बड़ी राहत दी गई है और ये 97 के बजट के बाद हुआ है कि जिनकी इनकम 12 लाख तक है उन पर कोई टैक्स नहीं होने वाला। ये एक बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ है और 25 लाख रुपए तक आप समझ लें कि 25 लाख के बाद 30% का टैक्स लगेगा। ये रिलीफ किसी भी फ्री बी जो कि एक इर्रिस्पॉन्सिबल तरीका होता है उससे ज़्यादा बड़ी रिलीफ है और बहुत बड़ी आबादी को ये रिलीफ है। इससे दो चीज़ें होंगी कि कंजम्पशन बूस्ट होगा। कंजम्पशन बूस्ट होने का मतलब होता है कि अब आप इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर को एक आधार दे रहे हैं कि आइए इन्वेस्ट करिए, कैपेसिटी बढ़ाइए, यानी कि नौकरियां क्रिएट होंगी। नौकरियां क्रिएट होंगी तो आपका ग्रोथ बढ़ेगा, जो हमारी सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत है। मैंने शुरू में क्यों कहा कि RRR रिस्पॉन्सिबल इसलिए है कि फिस्कल डेफिसिट के नंबर पे जो वादा था उस पर ये बिल्कुल अड़े हुए हैं और 4.8 से अब अगले साल के लिए 4.4 का फिस्कल डेफिसिट का टारगेट इन्होंने रखा है। कैपेक्स थोड़ा बढ़ाया है सरकारी खर्चा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के लिए, ग्रोथ के लिए, लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बढ़ाया। ये भी उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के बिहेवियर पैटर्न को बताता है जो लगातार FM इतने वर्षों में इस पर ध्यान देती आई हैं, या पूरी मोदी सरकार फिस्कल प्रूडेंस को लेकर के हमेशा बहुत सीरियस रही है। दूसरी बड़ी चीज़ कि अब आप जब इसको इकोनॉमिक इंजन को बढ़ाने के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट, पावर हो या माइनिंग हो या अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, सब पर आप जोर लगाएं। उसके अलावा जॉब क्रिएट करने के लिए ग्रास रूट पे जो एग्रीकल्चर के लेवल पे, रूरल के लेवल पर काम होना है, उसके बारे में बहुत पॉइंटेड और स्पेसिफिक टारगेटेड स्कीम्स हैं। एग्जाम्पल 100 ज़िलों में प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना, अब वो एक ऐसा बूस्टर डोज बनेगा। अब पूरे देश में एक लागू करो और टारगेटेड तरीके से काम करो, उसमें बहुत फ़र्क पड़ जाता है। तीसरी चीज़, इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाने के लिए चाहे वो देशी हो या विदेशी, कंजम्पशन का टैक्स रिलीफ का एक बड़ा आधार बना करके आपने कंप्लायंस पे, ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे इसमें बहुत ज़ोर लगाया है और उसमें देशी और विदेशी निवेशकों के लिए कंप्लायंस के बहुत सारे बर्डन हटाने के लिए इन्होंने ऐलान कर दिया है। KYC के बारे में जो कहा है कि बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेशन था, उससे बहुत दिक्कत होती थी, उसको ये ठीक कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे ऐसे भी क्लॉजेज हैं जिसका जिक्र किया है वित्त मंत्री ने, जिसका संबंध FDI से होगा, मल्टीनेशनल्स यहाँ आकर के पैसा लगा सकें। इसी प्रकार इंश्योरेंस में 100% का FDI 74 से बढ़ा करके, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि रिवॉल्यूशनरी मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि मिडिल क्लास को एक एनर्जी देना, जो इनका एक बहुत बड़ा वोटर तबका भी है उस हिसाब से। दूसरा, रिस्पॉन्सिबल इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि फिस्कल प्रूडेंस का पूरा ध्यान रखा है, बड़ी बात है। तीसरा, रिफॉर्मिस्ट इसलिए कि हमेशा हम बात करते थे कि आप लोगों को ट्रस्ट नहीं करते। पिछला जो कल इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में आया, ये अनंत नागेश्वरन साहब ने जो पूरा एक सर्वे लिखा, उसमें बहुत ही ग्रेशियस भाषा में सरकार का क्रिटिक था, सरकारों का क्रिटिक था कि आप लोगों को ट्रस्ट नहीं करते। आप उनको जब तक ट्रस्ट नहीं करेंगे, रेगुलेशन कम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक वो एनर्जी जनरेट नहीं होगी। तो हमको लगता था कि सर्वे में जो कहा जाता है वो बजट में आए, ज़रूरी नहीं है, लेकिन इस बजट में सर्वे की बहुत सारी क्रांतिकारी बातों को लागू किया गया है।
बिल्कुल, दैट लिंक इज देयर, वो दिख रहा है। सर्वे की जो एक बहुत बड़ी बात थी वो गेट आउट ऑफ द वे था, उस पर मैं अभी आऊँगी कि किस तरह से पुश मिल रहा है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को और क्या एरियाज़ है जहाँ पे डीरेगुलेशन हुआ है। बट पहले सर आपने बोला कि ये सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा रिलीफ मिला है आज तक। बहुत लोगों से हम अभी बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे रिपोर्टर्स भी हमें बता रहे हैं कि इतना एक्सपेक्टेड भी नहीं था। जो गेस्ट थे वो भी कह रहे थे दिस बीट्स द एक्सपेक्टेशन वी हैड। हमारी बेस्ट एक्सपेक्टेशन 10 लाख की थी। द फैक्ट दैट द FM हैज़ given more than what people were even expecting in their best case scenario, what do you think would have been the thinking to be able to give this kind of a relief to the middle class?
ये जाहिर है कि मिडिल क्लास जो है भारत का, या आप SME कहें, व्यापारी कहें, दुकानदार कहें, छोटी कमाई वाले लोग कहें, भारत का ग्रोथ इंजन यही लोग चलाते हैं। जब आप इनको एनर्जाइज करते हैं तो उसका बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट होता है। और ये बात सही है, मैं हंसा इसलिए था आपका सवाल सुन करके कि कल मैं अपने घर में बात कर रहा था तो मेरी पुत्रवधू ने कहा कि आप कितना एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, तो मैंने कहा 10 लाख, तो उसने कहा हमको लगता है 12 लाख। बस शर्त नहीं लगी, वरना मैं हार जाता, और 12 लाख की बात सही निकल करके आ गई। ये एक बहुत बड़ा बूस्टर डोज है कंजम्पशन और इन्वेस्टमेंट के साइकिल को चलाने के लिए। और इसके पीछे जो थॉट है, जाहिर है कि पॉलिटिकल थॉट तो हमेशा रहता ही है, किसी भी डेमोक्रेसी में पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का काम है कि अपने लोगों को, जिसको मैं कहता हूं कि टारगेट ऑडियंस को आप कैटर करें, वो तो है ही है, लेकिन ये पूरे इकोनॉमिक साइकिल को बड़ा करने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। दूसरा, इस बजट में बहुत साफ नहीं पता चलता, लेकिन जितने ग्लोबल अनसर्टेनिटी हैं उसमें इस बात का ध्यान रखा गया है कि एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर से हम कितना ग्रो करेंगे के बजाय इंटरनल फैक्टर से कितना ग्रो करेंगे, तो हमारी डिपेंडेंस इंटरनल पर ज़्यादा रहे। तो उसके लिए जिसको कहते हैं बेस तैयार करना, ये बहुत बड़ा बेस तैयार किया गया है। ये टैक्स रिलीफ अभी सुनने में अमाउंट के तौर पर बहुत बड़ा नहीं लग रहा होगा, क्योंकि हम लोग शहरी लोग थोड़ा ऊंची तनख्वाह वाले लोग होंगे, लेकिन भारत के ज़्यादातर लोग जो टैक्स हैं वो इसमें आ जाते हैं। इसकी वजह से एक चीज़ और होगी, टैक्स बेस भी बढ़ेगा। ऑलरेडी भारत में पर्सनल इनकम टैक्स अब कॉरपोरेट टैक्स के ऊपर जा चुका है। तो जो भी 12-14 लाख करोड़ के आसपास का इस वक्त का जो नंबर है, तो जब शुरू में बहुत कम लोग टैक्स देते थे, तब हमारा टैक्स कलेक्शन कितना था, और अब का नंबर देखें तो उसमें बहुत बड़ी बढ़त है। तो लोग अब टैक्स देने के लिए ज़्यादा इनकरेज भी होंगे, उनको नज भी किया गया है।
ये डीक्रिमिनलाइजेशन जो किया गया है, 2 साल की जगह 4 साल की विंडो दी गई है, ये भी एक जो टैक्स टेररिज्म से हटके टैक्स कंप्लायंस का जो एक एटमॉस्फेयर है उसको बहुत बूस्ट करेगा।
आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा कि जो पूरा माहौल था, जो इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी में जुड़ा हुआ मध्य वर्ग है, साधारण लोग हैं, उनके ऊपर ये तलवार हमेशा लटकते रहती है कंप्लायंस की और क्रिमिनल एक्शंस की। उसके बारे में ये बजट साफ बता रहा है कि करीबन 50% कंप्लायंस ये हटाने जा रहे हैं, और उसके लिए एक कमीशन बनाएंगे जो इस पर जल्दी फैसला कर लेगा। इसी तरीके से अब आप 4 साल तक अगर अपना रिटर्न भर सकते हैं और उसको अपडेट कर सकते हैं, तो ये बहुत बड़ी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है। तो वो जो निर्मला सीतारामन ने टर्म यूज़ किया, ट्रस्ट फर्स्ट स्क्रूटनाइज लेटर, ये अप्रोच है, और ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अगर आप लोगों का ही विश्वास नहीं लेंगे और उन पर विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, तो वो एनर्जी कहाँ से जनरेट होगी जो आपको 10% का ग्रोथ दे, जो आपको विकसित भारत बनाए।
जी, अब बात करते हैं सर, जो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ने भी कल कहा, इनफैक्ट उनकी तो वर्डिंग्स ये थी, गेट आउट ऑफ द वे। इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ने कहा एसेंशियली डीरेगुलेट करिए, हमें भी अपना एक डोजे अपना बनाना चाहिए, वे वी टॉक अबाउट मोर एफिशिएंट वे वे लेस गवर्नमेंट हैपेंस। और उसको लेके मेक इन इंडिया 2.0 की बात की गई है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को किस तरह से बढ़ावा देने की बात की गई है, क्रेडिट को और बढ़ाने की बात की गई है, एसएमई पे बहुत फोकस किया गया। सर, आपके हिसाब से कितना इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, जो हमारी एक कैपेबिलिटी और दूसरा जो हमारी एस्पिरेशन है उसको लेके?
काफ़ी फ़र्क पड़ेगा, और उसके लिए जो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स बनाने की ज़रूरत है, फ्रॉम पावर टू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टू मिनरल्स टू क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, और अब न्यूक्लियर पावर, इन सारी चीज़ों पर इसीलिए काफ़ी फोकस किया गया है, जिसके कारण हमको उस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने में मदद मिले जिसकी ज़रूरत है। गेटिंग आउट ऑफ द बिजनेस वे का जहाँ तक सवाल है, मुझे लगता है कि मूल रूप से मोदी सरकार प्राइवेट सेक्टर का इन्वॉल्वमेंट ज़्यादा चाहती है। बहुत सारे लोगों की तो शिकायत ये है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर 7,50,000 कंपनियों की बात कर रहा हूँ जो टॉप निफ्टी की हैं, 7-8 लाख करोड़ के कैश पर बैठा हुआ है, इन्वेस्ट क्यों नहीं कर रहा? ब्याज की कमाई कर रहा है वो, लेकिन वो इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं कर रहा जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ाए, जो हमको एक्सपोर्ट के लिए और कम्पिटिटिव बनाने में मदद करे। लेकिन उसके लिए शिकायत ये है कि कंपटीशन के लिए रेगुलेशन वगैरह वगैरह जो सारे जुड़े हुए मुद्दे हैं। तो एक तरफ ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस आप कर लें, दूसरी तरफ आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा दें हमारी डोमेस्टिक ज़रूरत को पूरी करने के लिए, तो उस पर ये फोकस है। और प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की बात भी काफ़ी डिटेल में की गई है कि कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट में काफ़ी कुछ जो है अब पीपीपी के भरोसे छोड़ा जाए, बढ़ाया जाए, और वहाँ पर टैक्स इंसेंटिव देना बहुत ज़रूरी है। कॉस्ट के बड़े इश्यूज़ हैं, उसको किस तरीके से सरल बनाया जाए, तो वो सारे नगेट्स इसमें हैं। अभी बहुत सारा फाइन प्रिंट में तो चीज़ें सामने नहीं आई हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इस बार सरकार को ये एक सिग्निफिकेंट रियलाइजेशन कि प्राइवेट कैपेक्स बढ़ाने के लिए उनको भी एक इनेबलिंग माहौल बनाना है। मेरी अपनी शिकायत ये है कि इंडिया का कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर थोड़ा हाथ खींच करके बैठा हुआ था, उसने बहुत ज़्यादा इंतज़ार किया, लेकिन अब सरकार ने इतना आधार बना दिया कि उसके पास बहाना नहीं होगा।
सर, कल इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ने इस पे भी बोला था, उन्होंने कहा था कॉर्पोरेट्स स्विमिंग इन एक्सेस प्रॉफिट, दिस वाज द वर्ड दैट इकोनॉमिक सर्वे यूज्ड।
एब्सोल्युटली, मैं उसी का इशारा कर रहा था कि वो बहुत सारे मुनाफे पर बैठे हुए हैं, ब्याज का या शेयर मार्केट की कमाई का पैसा कमा रहे हैं, लेकिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं। अब भारत मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के बिना उस मुकाम तक नहीं पहुंच सकता जो हमारी सरकार का ऑब्जेक्टिव है, विकसित भारत का। और अब तो आप ट्रंप वाली दुनिया में हैं, और जब ट्रंप वाली दुनिया में हैं तो आपको, पहले हम कहते थे कि हम माल बनाएं, बाहर बेचें, उससे हम बहुत कमा लेंगे। ज़रूर वो प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए ज़रूरी है, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है कि आप अपना सारा ग्रोथ का आधार अब डोमेस्टिक ऑडियंस पर, डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री पर, डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन पर फोकस करके बढ़ाएं।
और सर, अगर हम जॉब्स की बात करें, जॉब क्रिएशन एक रिकरिंग एस्पेक्ट रहा है। इस बजट से, ये ग्रोथ ओरिएंटेड बजट है, इसमें इंटरनल इकोनॉमी पे बहुत फोकस किया गया है, कंजम्पशन पे बहुत फोकस किया गया है। जॉब्स पे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर आपके हिसाब से इस पे?
जॉब्स पे, इस पे इम्पैक्ट जो पड़ेगा वो सरकारी योजनाओं के कारण इसलिए पड़ेगा कि पाइपलाइन में जितने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट होंगे, जब आप एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रोजेक्ट लगाते हैं तो ये कई गुना जॉब क्रिएट करने का आधार बनाता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर इसमें थोड़ा पीछे रहेगा, जो ज़्यादा जॉब देने की स्थिति में है। और प्लस अब हम नया चैलेंज देख रहे हैं ऑटोमेशन वगैरह का या एआई का, उसके कारण जॉब पे बहुत बड़ा रिस्क है। ये स्पीड का गेम है। आपका सवाल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इस सेंस में है कि आपको स्पीड से जॉब क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। हम थोड़ा सा समझते हैं, जो लोगों से बात करते हैं उनको सुन करके, कि थोड़ा स्लो जॉब क्रिएशन होगा। अभी जो माहौल है उसको देख, और यहीं पर फोकस करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, जिसमें सरकारी खर्चे पर ही ज़्यादा काम चलेगा इस वक्त।
फाइनल क्वेश्चन सर, द पॉलिटिकल इम्पैक्ट, आपने शुरू में ये बात कही थी, सबसे पहले बिहार और दिल्ली की बात कही थी, बट लार्जर इम्पैक्ट आपको क्या लगता है इस बजट का, मैसेजिंग का, जो सरकार मैसेज दे रही है इससे, उसका?
देखिए, ये सरकार हमेशा अपना जो भी काम करती है, इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस या पॉलिटिकल पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाने का, उसमें वो पिरामिड अगर स्ट्रक्चर है तो बॉटम ऑफ पिरामिड जनता ही पर फोकस होना चाहिए। तो बैकवर्ड इलाके, बैकवर्ड ज़िले, पिछड़े लोग, गरीब, युवा और महिला, ये जो कोर स्ट्रक्चर है, फोकस इसी पर है, क्योंकि आप इनको एम्पावर करते हैं तो उसके बाद कहानी आपकी आगे बढ़ती है। इस बजट की एक बात जिसकी चर्चा कम हुई है, आखिरी में मैं यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि जितना वेलफेयर स्कीमों पर खर्चा अभी तक किया गया है, उसके बाद अचानक से अब कोई बहुत नहीं बढ़ाया जा रहा है। दरअसल सरकारी खर्चे कम करना इस बजट में ध्यान दिया गया है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि सरकार समझ गई है कि यहाँ तक तो ठीक था वेलफेयर स्कीमों का खर्चा, लेकिन इसके बाद अब ग्रोथ के इंजन को चलाने पर ही काम होगा, न कि वेलफेयर स्कीमों के खर्चे से काम होगा। तो उसको देखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि मध्य वर्ग को अब अपने बूते खड़ा करने के लिए जो वेलफेयर स्कीम के आगे की पॉलिटिक्स थी जी, ये उस नई पॉलिटिक्स को शुरू करने का काम करती है।
ये मुझे लगता है आपका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेटमेंट है, दैट द मैसेजिंग एंड द इंटेंट, इसका लार्जर इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ेगा इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स पे, इंडियन इकोनॉमी पे तो पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा, इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स पे क्या पड़ेगा। एक लास्ट, आई नो आई सेड लास्ट क्वेश्चन बट आई हैव टू आस्क यू दिस, व्हिच इज दैट यू स्पीक टू द फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वेरी रेगुलरली, आपको यू नो द थिंकिंग बिहाइंड द बजट, यू नो दैट बेटर। Explain to us, sir, in the backdrop of a growth which was subpar in terms of our expectations, do you think this will make us get on to that? ठीक है, हम 6.3 से 6.8 की बात कर रहे हैं, पिछला जो GDP था वो 5.4 आया था। क्या ये बजट है वो थ्रेशोल्ड लेवल पार कर पाएगा जो हम चाहते हैं, मे बी मोर देन 6.8%, be at that 7%?
ये प्रेडिक्शन मेरे पे ग्रेड के ऊपर की चीज़ है, मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन इसका जो एक सिंपल लेमैन आंसर है वो ये है कि 6.3 से 6.8 ग्रोथ प्रोजेक्शन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ये सरकार बहुत माइंडफुल है कि ये बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स ठीक करने पड़ेंगे। तो इसीलिए जैसा मैंने कहा कि इन्वेस्टमेंट, सिंप्लीफिकेशन, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, कंजम्पशन बूस्ट विच क्रिएट्स जॉब, ये जो पूरा साइकिल है इसको ध्यान में रख करके इन्होंने ये काम किया है। ग्रोथ पक्के तौर पर इसके ऊपर जाएगा, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा स्केप्टिकल इस मामले में हूँ कि जब तक हम जवान हैं भारत, तब तक हम रिच होंगे कि नहीं, उसके लिए और तेज़ दौड़ने की ज़रूरत है। वो नंबर है 9% के आसपास का। तो 7 और 9 के बीच का फासला हम कितनी तेज़ी से तय करते हैं, गेम वहाँ पर है।
Magic lies in that 2%. Thank you so much, Sanjay sir, for giving us that perspective. That was Mr. Sanjay Pukalia, Editor-in-Chief of the NDTV network, explaining to us why this budget is so important at so many levels, and the message and the intent of the government and its larger ramification on the Indian economy as well as Indian politics. On that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side of our rolling coverage. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
बिहार के लिए अपोजिशन का कहना है कि चुनाव को देखते हुए ये बजट लाया।
चुनाव तो आते रहते हैं, हर साल दो चरण में कुछ राज्यों में चुनाव होते ही हैं, तो इसको आप चुनावी बजट कैसे कह सकते हैं? बिहार क्या हमारा देश में नहीं है क्या? अगर बिहार के लिए कोई अच्छा काम हो रहा है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार के लिए ठोस कदम उठाया जा रहा है, तो उसमें तो अपोजिशन स्वागत करना चाहिए। इतना नकारात्मक राजनीति नहीं होना चाहिए।
सर, जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए जो हुआ 12 लाख, पहले 7 लाख, अब 12 लाख, क्योंकि लगातार विपक्ष जो आवाज़ उठा रहा था कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है, बहुत बड़ी राहत है, चाहे 2014 से लेकर 2025 तक की बात की जाए।
देखिए, मिडिल क्लास के लिए जो राहत मिला है वो तभी संभव है जब देश का अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत से आगे बढ़ रहा है। अगर देश में आमदनी आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा, देश का अर्थव्यवस्था, इकोनॉमी का हालत ख़राब होगा, तो इतना बड़ा रिलीफ कैसे दे सकते हैं? इसलिए मोदी जी का जो अद्भुत हमारा देश का अर्थव्यवस्था को पटरी में रख कर के दुनिया में सबसे तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ाने वाला अर्थव्यवस्था बनाया है, जब तो जाकर के इतना बड़ा टैक्स रिलीफ दे पाया है। अदरवाइज ये कोई छोटा मोटा रिलीफ तो है नहीं। किसी अपोजिशन पार्टी तो इतना मांग भी नहीं कर पाया, उससे ज़्यादा रिलीफ दिया है। आप कल्पना कीजिए, ये तभी संभव है ना जब हमारा देश का इकोनॉमी का हालत बहुत स्थिर और मजबूत।
All right, that was Kiran Rijiju, a union minister, speaking about the budget. Let's now get in Mr. N.K. Singh, former chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission, joins us for his perspective on what he thinks about this budget. Mr. Singh, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV. There are some specifics in terms of the government finances that I will come to in a bit, but let me start by asking you, sir, your key takeaway from this budget. Okay, we'll try and get that line with Mr. Singh in just a bit. But let's get in Mr. Pranav Satya, who's the chairperson of the FICCI Committee on Taxation, and of course, partner and national leader, International Tax and Taxation Services at ENY. Mr. Satya, this is a budget where taxation is the big headline. Your thoughts on the impact that this would have on kick-starting the economy, on starting the larger growth cycle that the government wants to start from here?
I think it's a very fantastic budget from a direct tax standpoint, particularly given the kind of relief the finance minister has given to the middle class. It is not tinkering. It is really a large relief to the middle class. I would expect that this particular step on the reduction in tax rate surcharge cess and the overall impact for any person could be, it is across the board, and it could be as high as 1,43,000 at the higher levels. So I would feel it will give a tremendous impetus to consumption, both of consumable items, FMCG, as well as discretionary consumption. I would even anticipate some further investment avenues available, because not all of the tax savings might be spent. Some of it might even get invested into productive purposes. So I would feel overall that this extra money in the hands of the taxpayers is certainly going to boost consumption, as well as boost probably further financial savings and investment by the household sector. And this in the midst of maintaining the fiscal discipline and the macro stability is, I think, a very deft handling of the fisc.
That's a very important point you made, and something that we've been mentioning on NDTV, which is that not all of the money that the taxpayers will save, they will go about consuming all of it. They will also save, they will also invest, and that is the larger cycle of growth that the FM is talking about. You know, on the screens we have put out all the slabs, the various slabs that are now, of course, being rejigged. There's a new interim tax bill that will be placed in Parliament very soon, and hopefully that the climate of tax collection, which till now was largely detrimental when it came to those who pay taxes, is going to change, and that's the larger shift in the mindset. But Mr. Satya, let me also ask you, in terms of when you add up all the exemptions, when you add up all the increased limits that are there, whether it is the senior citizens, whether it is those who have more than one house, you know, that's also a change that has been brought in. 2 houses is now, you know, a change that has been brought in. Talk to us about the impact on the parameters, because at the end of the day, all of this gets added up, and that's when you go about consuming, investing, or saving.
No, certainly. So there are very good steps even apart from this, like the TDS provisions that have been rationalized, the TCS and the liberalized remittance scheme provisions that have been simplified and rationalized. So I think overall the whole budget seems to be focused on giving more relief, simplifying the tax law, making it more clear and certain, at the same time maintaining stability and predictability while giving big relief to the middle class in particular. I would feel, therefore, the whole atmosphere of building taxpayer confidence, building taxpayer trust between the government and taxpayers will yield over a period of time very good results, because that will build an atmosphere of trying to contribute to the economy rather than having been forced to pay some taxes. So I would feel in all, this should boost growth. If growth is boosted, yes, it will automatically also result in tax buoyancy. And to that extent, it benefits the government as well.
Absolutely. 6.3 to 6.8% is the growth target that the government, the economic survey has put in. To get on that 7% plus, it is transformative measures like these that would get us there. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your expert view. On that note, I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back with lots more on the other side, including that big interview that's flashing on your screens, Hardeep Puri in conversation with NDTV shortly on Budget 2025. Stay with us.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
I'm Toshiba Physical Technology, and I'm Toshiba Digital Transformation Technology. We're integrating advanced products and infrastructure with advanced analytics and the latest AI algorithms. We deliver secure, smart, and sustainable solutions that benefit society. Merging digital with physical, we're building a better future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP through
Finance Minister's big bonanza for middle income groups. No tax up to the income of 12 lakh rupees. New tax slab says that there will be no tax up to 4 lakh rupees. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces 100% FDI in insurance. 100% FDI will be in place if the premium is fully invested in India. Loan scheme for new women entrepreneurs. Finance Minister launches new Dhan Dhanya scheme for farmers. Budget 2025 says that the capex pegged at 10.18 lakh crore rupees for FY25. Fiscal deficit for the current year is at 4.8%, caps it at 4.4% for the next financial year. Big focus on urban infrastructure and the aviation sector. The government also announces 75,000 more seats in medical colleges over the course of the next 5 years.
Hello everyone and welcome to this very special conversation. Demand, democracy and demography. These are the three pillars on which Viksit Bharat foundations will be laid. That's what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said as she went on to announce key relief for the middle class. With me is Union Minister Hardeep Puri to share his views on this budget. Mr. Puri, let me begin with the big question. Do you think this relief that the government has offered will address and boost the consumption that you're hoping for?
Most certainly, most certainly. If you raise the limit, exemption limit from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, it's not only helpful to individuals, but you have several taxpayers, I'm not going to numbers, even in a household, they're all filing individual income tax returns. But more than that, this is a development budget which will lay a very solid step in the achievement of Viksit Bharat. Now, I want to start by congratulating the Honorable Finance Minister. She talked about democracy, development, demography, etc. Look, 1.4 billion people, if you look at their demands as belonging to different sections, this is a fantastic budget. It has something in it for everybody. You started talking about the middle class because in the last few months, madam, there has been an attempt to say that whilst the government is doing exceptionally well, to reach out to the farthest first, those who are most needy of, handouts like the 3 meals of dry ration in a day given to the during the pandemic, which is, but the middle class, which are the bulk of the taxpayers, not getting something. I am very, very happy to see that that lie has been called. From 7 lakh, it has gone up to 12 lakh, and if you're a salaried person, effectively 12 lakh to 75,000 is your relief. But everywhere else, agriculture, startups, you look at energy, you look at nuclear energy, you look at the shipping sector, You look at the private sector R&D, top 50 tourist destination, Heal India. I mean, rationalization of customs duty. I think this budget, look, I've been around for a long time. I've seen several other budgets before this. 8 budgets
Finance Minister.
of
Yes.
Nirmala Sitharaman, but I've seen budgets by earlier finance minister. Budget making by itself is a complicated exercise. And the context for budget making also assumes an importance. You've got political direction of inclusive growth, propelling the economy forward. There are those cynics who say that with a 6.5 or a 6.8% growth, you cannot become Viksit Bharat by a certain day. But this will actually boost the growth rate because you have a situation today where consumption increase. And this is where the middle class comes in. This is where the other sectors come in. Agriculture. There's enough in it for agriculture. Pulses. And I tell you something. One of the things you have to be very careful about is that it's not that you've taken something away from someone and given to that. This increase in spending, which is going to come from the middle class, and the middle class is large, all right? Which also there was some criticism that, middle class is not fully on. They are on board. In fact, if you look at the BJP's, this thing is not meant for the party. I think one of the very nice statements that PM made in the statement in the session that we had with him prior to the adjourning, there are things which are done for the overall country's interest, not for an individual group or a region.
Middle class is the buzzword, certainly, because keeping in mind the Delhi elections. But, sir...
No. Middle class is the buzzword for the whole year. Okay. Delhi elections will be over in two days' time or 4 days' time. But we are winning that in any case.
Okay. But does it cover the middle class, the entire arc of middle class? Or will you say that this is largely focused on the lower middle class?
I would not be tempted to fall into a categorization of whether this is. I'll tell you why it's overall. The Finance Commission, the Pay Commission has been established. The Pay Commission, and I've been a civil servant for 39 years, every time there's a Pay Commission established, the hike which comes even at the basic category is massive, massive. I look back to my own time. I started with my first salary in a teaching job at 400 rupees a month. My first salary in the IA, Foreign Service was also 400 rupees, basic a month. अभी कहाँ तक बेसिक पड़ रही है और जब पे कमीशन की recommendations आएंगे, it's a massive increase which goes in. Government servants are actually very well paid, I mean by relative standards. This one applies across. It's not just for lower middle class. Let me explain why. The amount of relief you get as a result of, if your income is 12 lakhs, you have no income tax payable. Earlier, if you had little over 7 lakhs, a certain tax rate kicked in. Now, if you've seen the slabs also revised, if you earn 20 lakhs, you've got so much saving. If you earn 24 lakhs, so much saving. All those computations are available. And I think as the budget sinks in, because there are stuff in this for the health sector, the number of drugs which are being added to the list of no basic custom duty, saving drugs, so many things. So I think it's a very well thought through, very clearly result-oriented budget.
So you're of the opinion that the demand side problem of the economy will be addressed?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the criticism, we only look at the supply side. Nahi bhai, we look at all of it. Budgets are not made in isolation. Budgets are part of an evolving development narrative. And that development narrative is itself conditioned by the Viksit Bharat Sankalp. And I think in the last few years, somebody told me just now, how did you manage to do this? What about the capex? No, capex has also gone up. I think what happened is there was 30% increase in capex repeatedly in the last few years. We had a target of 11 lakh crores from what I remember. Expenditure has been, I think, 10 lakh crores plus. We set aside another 11.21 lakh crores. It's just a few minutes ago, so I'm still soaking in the numbers. But these are very impressive figures.
The opposition says that, of course, keeping in mind the Bihar elections which come later this year, there has been a lot of focus on the state. I'm happy about it. It's my state. But that's political calculation, certainly?
One minute. The budget is for the entire nation.
Yes.
It so happened that there are elections in Bihar. Now they're talking about some airport upgradation. Okay, I saw for Bihar,
Yes, there is.
Beta Airport also other. But that's been going on throughout the country. It so happens today that there's an election in Bihar, and what I'm so happy about, look, Bihar needs additional development, whether it's during an election year or otherwise. Now, Makhana, I'm such a fan of Makhana. So, there for the Mithila region, there's stuff. The country needs it. Also, just remember, the number of airports which have been built or made reusable has doubled from 2004 to now. We had 74 airports, now we have 150. The Udan scheme, by the way, Bihar is a great beneficiary. You know, when we started flights from Darbhanga, it used to be zero air traffic, shot up. We didn't even need to give viability gap funding. Today we are in a situation, air traffic all over is becoming big. Why should Bihar not benefit from it? It just so happens that there's an election this year.
But that is coalition compulsion as well?
No, not at all. It is the fact that the Honorable Prime Minister is wedded to the development, the Viksit Bharat mantra. And if you've got to have developed, see how well UP is done. I'm sure that now with stable and progressive, sensible governments in Bihar, Bihar will also lift up.
One criticism which is coming in from opposition, Mr. Puri, is that there is no major incentive which has been announced to attract FDI particularly and strengthen India's global competitiveness.
Wait a minute. How can they make this statement? Look at the insurance sector. The FDI limit has been raised from 74% to 100%. But tell them to read the budget. Tell them to read the annexes, read the fine print. I can tell you, even those of us who have been working on this to prepare ourselves for inquisition by you, even you're soaking it in. It's just less than an hour or two before the announcements were made. And let me assure you, this budget has been not only welcomed in India, it will be welcomed outside. What are the people outside India looking at? They are looking at the India growth story. Okay, if India grows, one market which has a tremendous consumption capacity. There are big markets in the world, larger economies than India, where things are quiet. They are either growth is at 1 or 2%. If you are growing at, say, 6.5 or 6.8%, you are also creating demand for goods and services outside. After all, 50% of your GDP is in the external sector. And that GDP, which is in the external sector, we want to see growth outside. The outside world wants to see growth here. And at the end of the day, you can say around that, oh, maybe the trends here are now working against globalization. But till we are able to navigate the current turbulence, it's very much an integrated globalized economy.
So is there an unrealistic growth projection?
No, not at all. I think both the fiscal deficit and the growth projections are very realistic. And I think if you are wanting to, and we are wanting now to raise from 6.5, 6.8 to go ultimately towards 8%, it's a very realistic projection.
What about the global headwinds? Is the budget...
No, you and I can't sit and navigate the global headwind.
You have, President Donald Trump, who every next day makes an announcement which will have a huge impact on India as well. The tariff announcements, of course, you would understand that better.
With my experience of working in the United States, working in the multilateral system, both in New York and Geneva, I would say never be hasty in anticipating what is likely to come. Take these steps at a time and prepare for them. I personally believe the news from the Middle East so far has been good. You've got peace there. I look at the signs, I look at the statement of the incoming Energy Secretary in terms of what is in store in the Russia-Ukraine front. And I hope that conflict also winds down. I am very much encouraged by the by President Trump's statement that he wants to see global energy prices come down. He's talking about more energy being made available. So you look at this news, and whatever happens on the tariff front, it's in an integrated world. Some people impose tariffs, some will take countermeasures. Whatever happens, let's not anticipate and be apprehensive about something which we don't even know the shape of things is.
Okay, your final thought on the budget.
Excellent.
And then we wrap up this discussion.
Excellent budget. It is fulfilling a demand for impetus to growth, taking us in the direction of Viksit Bharat. But more than that, all my friends in the opposition, please look for a new issue. Middle class neglected, middle class ko bhi mil gaya. Now, all the measures are not announced in the budget. I mean, the pay commission was announced before that. The critical minerals mission was announced, adopted by the cabinet. So you looked at the totality of things. I said, all in all, an excellent budget.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small.
For those of our viewers tuning in right now, Budget 2025 has really given a big bonanza to the middle class. A huge relief for no income tax till the income bracket of 12 lakh rupees. And besides that, there are a huge number of exemptions that have been added in the hope and in the expectation that this is going to spur economic activity, make us get into that high income bracket and let us achieve that Viksit Bharat target that the government has been talking about. To talk more about this budget, some of the other key aspects, its focus also on manufacturing and job creation. I'm now joined by Mr. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog. Mr. Kant, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you on, well, Mahalakshmi has really shown and blessed the middle class in this budget this time around with a huge income tax relief that's come in. How do you rate this budget, and in your assessment, the key highlights that you think really stand out?
Well, I rate the budget very high because it's a budget which aims at growth with jobs, and it gives a huge fillip to demand creation. And when you put about 1 lakh of crores, and this is the biggest relief any government has ever given to the middle class of India, you are actually ensuring that the consumption drives economy, and consumption will lead to greater demand, and demand will lead to greater production, production will lead to greater jobs. So this, to my mind, is being done, but in a very fiscally responsible manner, because the fiscal deficit for this year was 4.8%, and next year the finance minister is aiming at 4.4%. So she's been very fiscally very responsible and very prudent. And also, I think one of the key highlights of this budget is a huge focus on labor-intensive sector. Never before has so much emphasis been put on tourism, on footwear, on leather, on toys, and on about 100 aspirational districts in the agricultural sector. So vast impact of labor-intensive sectors which will happen through creation of jobs. I would also say that the budget lays a lot of emphasis on innovation, on technology, on startups, to put a 10,000 crore fund of funds for startups, replenish it. Also talk about another 10,000 crore fund of funds for deep tech with a 20,000 crore for innovation. All this will have a multiplier impact on your economy, and then a clean tech mission so that we can manufacture solar, fuel cells, electrolyzers, batteries, all this in India. Make in India approach for clean tech manufacturing, all this is very, very important to my mind.
Indeed, a lot of
lastly, I would say that this thrust towards nuclear energy and opening up the insurance sector are also very, very major initiatives.
Indeed, a lot of focus on technology, a lot of focus on startups. But let me come back on the manufacturing bit. There's now a national manufacturing mission being talked about, aiding the MSMEs as well, increasing the credit guarantee, a whole host of other measures, also figuring out the logistics part, which has constantly been a constraint for us given India's higher logistics cost. How do you see that impacting and helping India's manufacturing aspirations get us to be the 30% of GDP by 2030? Do you see that happening? 25% actually, 25% of GDP by 2030.
So it's very important to drive manufacturing because the very high portion, about 45% of your people are dependent on agriculture. They are poorly paid. You need to move them to good jobs in the manufacturing sector. And that, to my mind, is very important. And the budget does that through the instrument of credit guarantee. that startups and MSME can use the credit guarantee. Also, it lays emphasis on a lot of cutting-edge areas of growth, artificial intelligence, clean tech, etc. Now, my view is that the private credit to GDP ratio needs to be enhanced. The finance minister has done her bit. The Reserve Bank of India now needs to ensure that there is flow of greater credit in a systematic and orderly manner through the monetary policy.
Okay. You mentioned about some of the industries in your opening remark. I'm coming back to it around labor intensive, given the fact that job creation is such an important aspect of India's economic journey and also a destiny of India going forward. Where do you see that in this budget? A lot of focus on labor intensive sectors. There's a lot of focus on tourism, which by the way has huge potential for creating jobs.
So, for every job that you create in tourism, you're creating 11 indirect jobs. A massive impact on growth with jobs. And we have not even scratched the surface of the tourism potential in India. You have so much of heritage, so much of culture that you need to tap into. So the budget is very progressive on some of these labor-intensive sectors. Again, toy sector, massive potential. Look at footwear, look at leather, huge potential. And the objective of bringing cutting-edge technology, storage, credit to 100 backward districts in agriculture sector. All this can be path-breaking as far as creating jobs is concerned. So while growth will create jobs, focus on labor-intensive sector with growth means that you're going for growth with labor intensity, which is very, very important in the case of India.
Indeed. You mentioned footwear and leather, sir. The scheme is going to impact 22 lakh people, is what some of the estimates seem to suggest. And finally, let me ask you this, an issue that's a topic that's very close to your heart. You've spoken about it at length, which is around technology. This budget lays emphasis on the next phase of growth, which has to be tech-enabled. Whether it is the startups or whether it is some of the other tech innovations that India Inc. needs to make in. How do you see that? Do you think there's enough emphasis being made on technology in this budget?
So, the good thing about this particular government is its emphasis on cutting-edge technology, whether it's through the clean tech mission or whether it's through artificial intelligence. Last year, the finance minister had given 3 centers of excellence. She's this year given another center of excellence in AI for education. But more important than that is the huge focus and emphasis on startups, which will then do cutting-edge work in many of these new tech areas of growth. So we need to grow in AI, we need to grow in quantum computing, we need to grow in semiconductor, we need to grow in clean tech areas. All this have had a very huge emphasis in the last 2 years. And that will enable India to technologically pole vault in the coming years.
Indeed, there's a 500 crore fund for AI also that's been set up. Mr. Khan, thanks so much for breaking down the budget for us and the key areas that could really ensure that India takes off on its growth journey. On that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side of our special focus on Budget 2025. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. a sacred confluence of faith, culture, and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture, and heritage.
Hello everyone and welcome to this very special conversation. Demand, democracy and demography. These are the three pillars on which Viksit Bharat foundations will be laid. That's what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said as she went on to announce key relief for the middle class. With me is Union Minister Hardeep Puri to share his views on this budget. Mr. Puri, let me begin with the big question. Do you think this relief that the government has offered will address and boost the consumption that you're hoping for?
Most certainly, most certainly. If you raise the limit, exemption limit from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, it's not only helpful to individuals, but you have several taxpayers, I'm not going to numbers, even in a household, they're all filing individual income tax returns, but more than that, this is a development budget which will lay a very solid step in the achievement of Viksit Bharat. Now, I want to start by congratulating the Honorable Finance Minister. She talked about democracy, development, demography, etc. Look, 1.4 billion people, if you look at their demands as belonging to different sections, this is a fantastic budget. It has something in it for everybody. You started talking about the middle class because in the last few months, madam, there has been an attempt to say that whilst the government is doing exceptionally well, to reach out to the farthest first, those who are most needy of, handouts like the 3 meals of dry ration in a day given to the during the pandemic, which is continuing. But the middle class, which are the bulk of the taxpayers, not getting anything. I am very, very happy to see that that lie has been called. From 7 lakh, it has gone up to 12 lakh. And if you're a salaried person, effectively 12 lakh to 75,000 is your relief. But everywhere else, agriculture, startups, you look at energy, you look at nuclear energy, you look at the shipping sector, you look at the private sector R&D, top tourist destination, Heal India. I mean, rationalization of customs duty. I think this budget, look, I've been around for a long time. I've seen several other budgets before this. 8 budgets
Finance Minister.
of
Yes.
Nirmala Sitharaman, but I've seen budgets by earlier finance minister. Budget making by itself is a complicated exercise. And the context for budget making also assumes an importance. You've got political direction of inclusive growth, propelling the economy forward. There are those cynics who say that with a 6.5 or a 6.8% growth, you cannot become Viksit Bharat by a certain day. But this will actually boost the growth rate, because you have a situation today where consumption increase, and this is where the middle class comes in, this is where the other sectors come in. Agriculture, there's enough in it for agriculture, pulses. And I tell you something.
सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं 2 चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी, विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी, यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशियल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That was Prime Minister Modi hailing the budget, terming it people's budget. Remember, this is the budget that has given the highest tax relief to the middle class. Up to 12 lakh rupees income will not be taxed. And Prime Minister Modi has hailed some of the other key measures that the budget talked about and laying the foundation for kickstarting the manufacturing economy in India on a larger scale, and also spoke about the nature of some of these schemes to really create large-scale jobs, tourism, and several others being some of them. All right, shifting focus, let's now get in Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a key voice from the opposition representing the Congress party, joining us on the broadcast to give us his thoughts on the budget. Good to have you on the show, sir. Let me start by asking you your key initial thoughts on the budget, your key takeaway. This has been the one that has given the maximum relief to the middle class.
Well, I have been hearing a lot of adjectives, jumlas, but when I turn to the details, I think it's one of the most depressing set of details I've found. And of course, we are early hours yet, but devil and God both lie in the details. Let me give you 2 or 3 takeaways which will tell you the hiatus, the chasm between jumlebazi and, actual fact. Number 1, 2 key figures of the GDP must be kept in mind, and these are by your chief economic advisor, your economic survey, not the opposition's. What are they? The last time growth is below 6.5%. And what is more depressing is even your projections. And remember, projections can take some liberty with exaggeration, with hope, and they are somewhat on the higher side. Even your projections for next year are in the same range. I mean, 6.3 to 6.8 is only a range. But they are extremely cautious. So you yourself see no great hope. This is your yesterday's economic survey. You don't see any dramatic turnaround. Now, why is that important is point number 2. It's important because you're constantly saying we need X% or Y% for Viksit Bharat. Each one of us, you and I, want it to be Viksit Bharat in 2020, 2047. You need 10%, somebody says. Then somebody juggles with nominal versus real. Net result is that your own projection is below 6.5, 6.3, 6.4.
Sir, you're talking about the GDP growth rate. I am talking about the reprieve given on the tax slab. That's the one thing I am talking about.
Yes, so the reprieve, you asked me my initial reactions. You never mentioned about the reprieve. But since you're asking me, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. A reprieve given, it's a mild relief, it's a moderate relief, but yes, it's a good thing. But what about the negatives of the budget? If you don't care to ask me about it, I'll tell you myself.
No, that's okay. Yes, sir. I asked you your initial thoughts, and I also said this is the huge relief that's come in for the middle class. And to that, I'm going to ask you again, sir. I'm going to ask you again, which is that the relief that has been given on the tax front to the middle class, the expectation is it's going to kickstart consumption, saving, and investment in the economy at a much larger scale. Do you agree with that?
That's the point. Now, so therefore, there is first of all an admission today. What will happen over the next year, we don't know. But the admission today is that 2 things have failed. One is GDP growth has failed, relatively, to all the jumlas you give us. And 2 is Make in India, this grand fake, this grand phrase. It is low, very low, well beyond your target. So Make in India is not working. Now what will happen with this moderate, limited reduction in the personal income tax is very doubtful, will have a Make in India impact. These are for personal income tax slabs. Number 3, have you asked about the fiscal deficit? The erosion of your money?
The interview just started, sir. I was on question number 2. The interview just started, sir. I was on question number 2. So how can I ask all the questions in the first 2 questions only? Let me then come in there and ask you one question. You've made some valid points. You mentioned about the macro numbers. You mentioned about the manufacturing part. Let's try and cover all of them. Then But what I do disagree with, it's not a nominal increase in the tax relief that has been given. From 7 lakhs, that has now been increased to 12 lakhs. So that I disagree with. On the manufacturing plus, I'm going to give you all the time, sir. On the manufacturing front, there's been a fresh impetus that has been laid. There's a national manufacturing mission also that's being talked about, and relief on account of credit, more focus, technology, all of that from MSME's point of view, from manufacturing point of view. How do you read that and those measures?
Okay, so you asked 3 different things. First and foremost, all this in the 11th, 12th, 13th year of the government shows that similar things you did last time did not work for manufacturing. The income tax slab will help put some more money in individual pockets, no doubt. It is not going to boost manufacturing. You were to be coordinating with RBI, you are now blaming RBI, saying they are responsible for no manufacturing because the credit rate was high. So what I'm trying to say is that this is a blame game transferred from 2 years to last year to this year. Budgets are a continuum. It can't remain. It's the same government. Why did you not kickstart? If Make in India has been at such an abysmally low figure, 10-12% lower than your target, then how will it suddenly jumpstart in this year? It defies logic. And similarly, you repeated this thing about personal income tax. I said it's a good thing, but it is not going to impact the manufacturing sector. It may have more savings. Let us see the way it pans out, because there are a lot of ifs and buts, surcharges, individual things, etc. But if you have inflation along with that, let's assume I put more savings in your pocket. With a fiscal deficit which was controlled around 3% by the Manmohan Singh government, you are at 4.8%, and your own budget is saying next year we expect and hope 4.4%. That means the extra money you are putting is losing its value, because the fiscal deficit is not even attempting to rein in.
The other side of reading it could also be that you are still trying to be fiscally prudent, that you want to bring it down to 4.4%. You're not going to keep it at 4.8%, even when you are giving tax reliefs. That's the other reading of that same data point. But yes, go ahead, make your point, sir.
Of course, it is. What I'm saying is 4.4 was high, 4.8 is high. They're all high. You had to manage giving tax relief while keeping the fiscal deficit low. That's the whole game. How did the Congress government have 8% plus growth with 3% fiscal deficit? And by the way, this does not add up several of the deficits of the states. One more important thing. You mentioned MSMEs. 61,000 MSMEs have shut down since 2020. That's a published government figure. So, you are saying these names, but this is not gelling on the ground.
No, I'm not. Sir, I am not disputing any of the figures, sir. I'm not disputing any of the figures. All I'm saying is that 2020 was a year of the COVID. And when you talk about the fiscal deficit since then, it actually rose very high, and since then has actually come down quite significantly. But let's not make this about a tutu meme. My final question to you, sir, as someone who watches these budget documents, understands some of those numbers, that one thing that you would have liked in this budget to have probably laid more emphasis on?
Well, there are promises in the budget, but I'm not sure they'll translate to reality. The biggest thing is employment. The 2 promises in this budget are Paryatan, tourism, and hospitality sector. We are going to get employment. Let us hope for that. Otherwise, the biggest failure of the last budget and the previous one and this one is going to be employment. They have now said, but every time they say it, it doesn't translate. And I want to add that you have not done sufficiently solid work for manufacturing, and more importantly, capital expenditure, subject to correction, is 11.11 lakh crores down to 10.18 lakh crores. How do you explain that this massive withdrawal of FIIs, you can say realized profits, got the profit in your pocket, these are all explanations. But this is an indication of lack of confidence and security in the Indian market suddenly. Huge, massive amounts are getting out.
Okay. All right, Dr. Singh, we appreciate you taking out the time to decode the budget, or probably, look at the other side as far as these numbers are concerned. I'm glad we at least agree on one thing, which is that the relief that's been given in terms of the higher tax brackets now, 12 lakh rupees, till then no income tax, is a huge relief for the middle class. Really appreciate you taking out the time. And on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side with lots more stories and lots more focus on what this budget means for you, the viewer. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Viewers, if you're just tuning in right now to Budget 2025, well, there's been the biggest ever tax relief for middle class and salaried. Before we get you the details of that, headlines coming in from this special budget show. Prime Minister Modi hails Finance Minister Sitharaman for Budget 2025. Prime Minister Modi hails the Union Budget as a force multiplier, calls it a people's budget. NDTV exclusive with Union Minister Hardeep Puri. Hardeep Puri tells NDTV that it's a result-oriented budget aimed for the middle class. Finance Minister's bonanza for middle-income groups. No tax for income up to 12 lakh rupees. The new tax slab says that up to 4 lakh rupees there will be no tax. 100% FDI announced in the insurance sector. The 100% FDI is conditional upon the premium being fully invested in India. New loan scheme for women entrepreneurs. The new Dhan Dhanya scheme launched for farmers in Budget 2025. Budget pegs the capex at over 11 lakh crore rupees, says the fiscal deficit target for the next financial year will be 4.4%, lower than this year's 4.8%. Budget 2025 lays big focus on urban infrastructure and aviation sectors, announces 75,000 more seats in medical colleges in the next 5 years. This was the first full budget of Modi 3.0 and it started with a big bang. There are huge announcements made specifically for income tax. For salaried people, this has been the biggest relief ever. Up to 12 lakh rupees, income will not be taxed. It was 7 lakh rupees earlier, the exemption limit 2 years back, and that has now been increased to 12 lakh rupees. Beyond that, the finance minister in her 8th consecutive budget announced schemes for boosting manufacturing, for employment, and also for technology. Listen in to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the floor of the House.
In recognition of their contribution, We have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle-class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month other than the special rate income such as capital gains under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality, and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. While balancing our nation building efforts, the following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business, employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted.
All right, let's get you another important voice on the broadcast. Mr. N.K. Singh, a former chairman of Finance Commission, joins me on the broadcast. Sir, thank you so much for taking out the time. Let me start by asking you an interesting but an important data point that we are reflecting on our screens right now, which is that the FM mentioned the word tax 117 times in her speech today. And that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Just how important that these tax measures that she's announced this time around will be for the economy. Your take, sir.
Well, I think that I have not taken a reckon of how many times she
I just mentioned in terms of the importance of it for the economy and the...
It is certainly very important. that from the viewpoint of any investment and investment planning, the issue of taxes no doubt are a significant factor in being able to decide on whether or not it would be profitable to make that investment. So I think that this is also linked with growth. It is linked with investment decisions. It is linked with a multiplicity of factors. And therefore, she would have mentioned this word, and she has mentioned this word several times in her budget. And from the viewpoint of an average viewer, no doubt this is a centerpiece of the sort of change which I regard as transformative, which FM has announced. Many of us who have been involved in tax reforms earlier do regard this to be even beyond audacity to have imagined such a deep rationalization of the tax structure, which she has voluntarily given up more than 1 lakh of crores in terms of revenue foregone.
Yes.
But I think that we need to look at two other aspects when we look at looking at the budget. One is that she has been able to make this transformative change in the taxation policies and taxation structure consistent with compliance to the need for keeping fiscal deficits under control. She has taken on happily the target of 4.5% fiscal deficit for the next year. And what is more important, pushing the debt to GDP in a significant downward direction to come around 51% in a definite time frame. From the viewpoint of an average investor, and from the viewpoint of sovereign rating agencies, looking at a southward direction, both of the debt and the fiscal deficit numbers, along with the deep rationalization on the taxation policies, would be an important factor in deciding next time when they do on the credit rating as far as India is concerned. But this budget is an overall budget. Look at every segment of society. Look at agriculture. We give credit to Mr. Trump for having now thought of making America great and the emphasis on manufacture in America. But the Prime Minister had thought of this somewhat earlier to give a mark. The Atmanirbhar Bharat reflects making India great again in terms of self-sufficiency and pulses, in acting to change agricultural in consonance with the requirements of environmental sustainability, moving away from cereals to fruits and vegetables and to animal, to fisheries, and to have agricultural practices in line with that, along with the initiatives to make agricultural incomes more, is a very significant change. The changes for the MSME sector are very far-reaching. The changes which have been made for enabling India to use and harness the technology of artificial intelligence.
Hold your thought there, sir. Hold your thought. You've made some very important points regarding this budget, and let me take some of them. As someone who understands public finance so well, I have to bring you in on the intent of the government in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of reforms, something that the economic survey mentioned yesterday, and it seems like the budget is taking that big picture roadmap forward. How do you see the reform agenda that the government has laid out in the budget today?
So I think that I would make 3 comments on if you look at reforms of the budget, they are, broadly speaking, as economists would say, important changes in the revenue pattern. On the revenue pattern, we have already spoken on the far-reaching changes on the tax policies. On the indirect tax policies, she has also hinted on deep rationalization of customs and on, of course, on internal taxes, what the really expectations are from the GST Council. On the expenditure pattern, she has made important changes in giving priority to agriculture, to skill development, enhancing the expenditure for health and education. Skilling in particular has been an important change. And the congruence between monetary and fiscal policy. Namely, all this is really happening Few countries are in that sweet spot which international agencies like the World Bank and IMF recognize, like India is, of continuing with being the highest, the fastest growing economy, or being able to reach a $6.1 trillion economy effortlessly by 2030, if not earlier, which even the IMF has pointed out. But by the way, I must point out that amounts to, in dollar terms, in nominal dollar terms, a 10% rate of growth. If you look at the compounded value of this, we aren't doing too badly. And if this can be really somewhat enhanced in nominal terms, while keeping inflation under control, I think it makes a very transformative changes. Look at the opening up already as she has done on the insurance sector to attract direct foreign investment in a very important, fast-growing sector of the economy. I mentioned to you the fact that in terms of energy availability, all of us were, you recall, paying great tribute, rightly so, to late Dr. Manmohan Singh for the far-reaching changes on the Indo-US nuclear pact.
Yes.
But it remained largely inoperational. Why? Because it is awaiting the changes which the finance minister has announced today, namely being able to get private capital into nuclear thing by the changes on the insurance aspects of this nuclear thing. Without that, this agreement had no real value. So getting really moving into renewable energy and private investment into the atomic energy
is the other key aspect of this budget. Indeed,
it's a far-reaching change.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Thank you so much, sir, as always, for giving your expert take and your perception of this budget. You've called it transformative. And you've mentioned that this could really be a game changer, something that many agree in terms of the ability of some of these measures to really kickstart large and big ticket growth going forward. On that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side, including what is flashing on your screens right now, the tax breaks. What does it mean for you, the viewer? Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
Welcome back. As promised before the break, we are now going to decode some of these numbers, these tax slabs that are there on your screens, and also some of the other exemptions that the FM announced today in her speech. I have with me here in the studio Mr. Divya Baveja, who's a partner at Deloitte India. Mr. Baveja, you know, besides these headline numbers that came out, that really big relief that has come in for the middle class, there are also a bunch of exemptions that have come in as well. Talk to us about whether it's the health, the education loan part of it, the rent part of it, and also the relief that's now being given to the senior citizens. It's actually doubled from 50,000 to 1 lakh. How much of an impact that's going to be, if you could share some numbers?
Okay, so quickly, let me pick up top 2 or 3 things. You know, one is for senior citizen, you rightly said, from 50,000 the limit has gone up to 1 lakh. This is all the interest that they earn, so there is going to be no TDS. So it is obviously going to be beneficial because that avoids them all the hassle of, you know, if the tax was being deducted, then claiming a refund because they may not have those income. That was one. The other was in the context of TCS, when there was LRS, TCS was introduced on LRS.
Okay, TCS, let me just tell our viewers, it's tax collected at source.
Yeah,
like okay. TDS is tax deducted at source, this is tax collected at source. Yes,
right, yeah.
Go ahead.
So the limit was 7 lakhs, and I think there was a demand that this is too low. So I think they have increased it to 10 lakhs. They are proposing to increase to 10 lakhs, which is a welcome move. And also
explain to us how this impacts.
See, what happens is that if I am sending any money overseas, and if it is beyond 7 lakhs, then the bank will collect some extra money from me, which is a tax collected at source, which I can offset when I pay my taxes. So it can be like an advance tax. So earlier it was 7 lakhs. So if suppose someone was paying, say, remitting more than 7 lakhs, and there are different categories. Some attract 20%. Then there is on education, which is lower amount. So now, which was 5%, now they are making it nil for education, which is a good part because that's I think in a way it's looking at boosting the education part. This was the second one which is there.
Yes.
And
third and final, and then I get in Mr. Paul. Yeah.
Yeah. Third was on there's some provision on the self-occupied property. There was a provision that if you have a house, if you can't occupy a property by virtue of being employment or business, then the value is taken as nil. But now they're saying that even if you don't occupy for any reason, it will be taken as nil. So they have expanded that scope when they give the benefit of the self-occupied property. So the value will be considered as nil.
I think that's a huge relief that's come in for a lot of people. Let's now get in Mr. Sujit Paul as well as Dr. Vidya to talk more about this. Dr. Vidya, let me start with you, ma'am. As the chair of the FICCI Committee on Higher Education, Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, your thoughts on the education sector, the priorities in terms of skilling and technology in the budget, indicating the government's intent in terms of how it envisages the role of education and marrying into tomorrow's economy.
Yeah, so I think it was a pleasure to hear Madam Nirmala Sitharaman focusing on education, skilling, more on research, innovation, and of course specifically medical education and medical tourism, etc. So first of all, I think it's more of a technology driven. So you want to make India as a knowledge power. So naturally, you need to create a good human resource, so that the economy grows and to. So how do you, the kind of budget allocation specifically on the tech-driven innovation seems pretty high. It was music to our ears when we heard 20,000 crores for, research and innovation, specifically related to technology. So that was good. Then increasing the seats in IITs and even the seats in medical colleges. I'm a medical doctor by training, so I was very happy to see that it's not just the increase in number of seats, but every seat needs 5 extra beds. So I'm sure along with the medical seats, the number of beds is going to increase, which means healthcare facilities will also increase. Again, increasing the Prime Minister's scholarships in the Indian Institute of Science, IITs, etc. Again, focusing on tech-driven. So I think everywhere we heard the word technology, AI, establishing centers, allocating budgets for a center for AI in education.
Not just AI, Dr. Vidya, we also heard deep tech. Even that was very much part of the budget. Hold your thoughts, ma'am. I want to quickly get in Sujit Paul, Group CEO of Zota Healthcare, with me on the broadcast as well. Mr. Paul, your thoughts on the healthcare sector? It's got about 10% hike in terms of outlay, but that's just one part of it in terms of the funding increase. Talk to us about the priorities in that and how do you see that aligning into India's long-term vision?
10% movement is just a small indicator of the whole story of people that we have and the kind of things that we really need in healthcare, more into the villages part of it. But I think the larger story that got unfolded was the increased seat in the medical colleges. That's a big thing that really shows that the finance minister is really serious that in the next 5 years, because these medical colleges, the young students who will be qualifying NEET exams, for them it will be good, and less amount of our Indian boys and girls would actually go out of country. And this would also mean in long term she is really planning that we have more physicians and clinicians with us, which are homemade. That's a big thing for a long term. But in short term also, I think we have seen multiple movements. One is from cancer. If people have heard me yesterday pre-budget, I was very hopeful that government would do lots of activities on giving for cancer relief yesterday, that's what I said, and that's exactly what happened. Today is what we found that
drugs are now exempted from tax. The life-saving drugs. Yes.
Life-saving drugs are exempted from tax, and yesterday also I mentioned that government would be working on that, and that's exactly what happened. And that cancer small slab daycares and a lot of activities on cancer vaccinations.
Indeed, sir.
I think this is a big thing for the common people who really cannot afford expensive medicine. But what, I would have been more happy if the government would have mandated all physicians and clinicians to write molecule and generic. That would be great.
That would have been great. And I'm going to come back and talk more about healthcare, but I have to take this commercial break, sir. We'll come back with our rolling coverage of Budget 2025. But first up, this short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Modi hails Finance Minister for Budget 2025. Prime Minister Modi hails Union Budget as force multiplier, calls it a people's budget. NDTV exclusive with Union Minister Hardeep Puri. He says it's a result-oriented budget aimed for the middle class. Finance Minister's big bonanza for middle-income groups. No tax up to income of 12 lakh rupees. New tax slab says no tax up to 4 lakh rupees. Loan scheme for new women entrepreneurs. New Dhan Dhanya scheme launched in Budget 2025 for farmers.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
So hello once again from Hyderabad, and yes, a lot of jubilation among the middle class with the announcements that Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has made. I have with me a mixed group of citizens. I'm going to go to you first, Mr. Nilakantan. What is your reaction? You heard the budget speech.
I am a senior super citizen. I avidly watched the budget. Nirmala Sitharaman ji, our respectable finance minister, has presented a dream budget. Beyond expectation of everybody, it is a all beneficiary budget. No criticism can be told. The points I will make, generally I will make an overview. First of all, up to 12 lakhs, there is no income tax. Middle class is gaga. She has really thought about the middle class of this country, and they will be always indebted to her. 80,000 rupees is coming into my pocket. Number two, medical admission has been increased, another 10,000 seats in this country. Startups, she has given a lot of leeway. Rural airports, she is going to increase like anything. Then manuscript digitalization is a very important step. All these things, I think this budget is a very good budget, and I really stand by the finance minister, and I hope many people will be benefited by this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, Kamakshi ma'am.
Yes, hello. I'm really very happy with the budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman Garu, because women empowerment has been the buzzword. She has put it into action by encouraging young women to come up with new ideas, creativity, and become an entrepreneur and dream big, like they always say. For the senior citizen, of course, we have the tax slab coming up to 12 lakhs. It's a huge rebate that she has given us. So the spending power of every individual, I'm a super senior, it will be extremely beneficial. I can plan my budgeting for the entire year. The rent from the housing rent accommodation, that also the TDS has been taken away. That's another money in my hands, which promotes consumerism, which in turn contributes to the country, because spending will be more, production will be more. Overall, there'll be a lot of happiness. So I'm really, really happy with her budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sundar.
I find after a very long time, earlier there is some tinkering with the tax slab, but not much benefit for the middle class, and was always disappointing for the middle class. For the first time, there is a drastic increase in the nil income slab from 7 lakh. It is 12 lakh, and the rates also modified 5%, 10%, 15%. And I find up to 24 lakh, it is only 25%. 30% comes only above 24 lakh. I made a rough calculation. In fact, I stand to benefit by about 1.5 lakh straight away. And this will boost, as you say, consumerism, consumer products, white goods. The demand will go up, demand for autos and this automobile industry, cars and all that. So this will give a tremendous boost to the economy, and in terms of demand, which was slackening, the demand will increase and it will definitely benefit the economy.
Manu.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
Viewers, let's now turn our attention to which are the products that have gotten cheaper with this budget and those that are likely to be more expensive. First up, most important, the 36 cancer and life-saving drugs have become cheaper. Mobile phones have become cheaper, and likewise, the critical minerals that the economic survey also talked about have also gotten cheaper. Why? Because they feed into the EV and the EV battery ecosystem that India wants to develop and reduce its reliance on China. So that are some of the products that have actually gotten cheaper. The 12 critical minerals that I said, electronics, vehicles, leather products have gotten less expensive as well. Leather is extremely important. At least 22 lakh people are set to get directly impacted by the measures that the FM has come out for the leather and footwear industry. What has gotten expensive? Now, fat panel displays are the first thing that has gotten expensive. Why? Because India is also trying to now decide how will it balance the trade dynamics with Trump 2.0 in office. So yes, there are some industries it wants to protect, Like flat panel displays, electronics has been a huge success with the PLI scheme, and those that it feels it can actually reduce duties on. And that's the reason why some products have gotten expensive and some have become cheaper. And this duty rejig is something that takes place every year, but this year, probably the most important, as I said, are those life-saving drugs, those 36 cancer and life-saving drugs that now have no tax, no duty whatsoever, meaning in fact, the difference possibly between life and death for many patients. All right, on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's press conference, where she takes and decodes the rationale behind the budget and the reason why this could be the big transformation that the Indian economy needs. Stay with us.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome to our very special broadcast, Budget 2025. It's been a blockbuster budget, keeping in mind the middle class, the Aam Aadmi, and ensuring India gets on the big-ticket growth highway. Let's get you the headlines first, viewers, then we deep dive into the budget details. Prime Minister Modi hails the Finance Minister Sitharaman for Budget 2025, hails Union Budget as a force multiplier, calls it a people's budget. Big NDTV exclusive with Union Minister Hardeep Puri. He says it's a result-oriented budget for middle class. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's big bonanza for middle-income groups. No tax up to income of 12 lakh rupees. New tax slab says that no tax up to 4 lakh rupees. Budget unleashes big-ticket reforms, 100% FDI announced in insurance. 100% FDI applicable if premium is invested in India. Budget announces new loan scheme for women entrepreneurs. It also announces new Dhan Dhanya scheme for farmers. Budget 2025 keeps the pedal on CAPEX. The CAPEX pegged at this year is 10.18 lakh crore rupees, set to increase to 11.2 lakh crore rupees. Fiscal deficit, meanwhile, is set to come down from 4.8% to 4.4%. Big focus on urban infrastructure and aviation sector in Budget 2025, and 75,000 more seats in medical colleges announced in the next 5 years. Viewers, as I said, it's been a transformative budget. The big headline out of that has been the huge relief that's been given to the middle class, the biggest ever exemption limit that has been announced to the middle class, up to 12 lakh rupees now. The income will be taxed. On your screens is the breakup of those tax slabs that has been announced by the finance minister today. Along with that, there is a change in attitude, which I think is most significant, where instead of tax terrorism, it is now going to be that salaried people and those who have to file their taxes will be given extra time. It will be decriminalized. That change in mindset of the government's machinery is the key takeaway as far as the tax overhaul is concerned. Beyond that, key measures announced on manufacturing. And let's cut across to the press conference right now.
The budget actually says several things about our path towards Vikasit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified, and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders, and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students in school and colleges. Every aspect of education, and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight. The approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So Vikasit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Vikasit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Vikasit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Vikasit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform, inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also tariff the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beads to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, resilient, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Vikasit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we're giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs, whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sector's FDI limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with 2 things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. Let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. The next year, coming years, estimate has also been given. Well under 4.5 is what we had said earlier. We are also projecting the same. So this is just as an opening statement. There's a lot more to say, but as you all ask questions, so shall we answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 225. 225. Mic, please.
Ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. I just wanted to understand, ma'am, here. Ma'am, you said the new income tax bill will come next week. Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will of course consult with so many stakeholders, and then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this in the fiscal year in FY26?
Do you expect what?
do we expect the implementation of
Well,
the
let
new
it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after its passing.
Sure. Thank you.
35. Front.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. As you said, this is a very responsive government, which is why government decided to give these tax rebates. But given the structure that you have announced, ma'am, up to 12 lakh is the rebate. Any reason why this rebate has been hiked from 7 to 12 lakh? Is it that the incomes or salaries were not growing up to the mark, which is why government thought that this rebate needs to be given? And also, how do you make up for this 1 lakh crore of revenue loss? Will it not impact the budget estimates? Where will you get this money from?
Tipsy, I think the first question is, you said that this, when the incomes are not growing. This is an income tax. Only when there is an income, then we are talking of the tax. So income has to grow to the level to discuss about the tax. Now, why from 7 to 12 lakh? It is something like, it was earlier 2.2 lakhs. When 2014, it became 2.5 lakh, nobody is going to pay tax. Then there was a 2019 that, we said 5 lakhs, nobody is going to pay tax. Then we said it was raised to 7 lakhs. And now it's being raised to 12 lakhs. So this is a perception that the government feels that, on the average 1 lakh per month, if you have, then you need not pay tax, which means that, we are doing it in two ways. One is we are reducing the slab rates. We are expanding the slabs. If you would have noticed, the slabs are now 0 to 4, 4 to the uniform slabs, and there is a gradualism. There was a thing when we had earlier 20%, then it was jumping to 30%. Now it is 20, we have introduced 25 also. So it's a gradual thing which has been done. Now this benefits every one of the taxpayers, because whatever benefits which has come from the slabs gets transmitted across. So therefore everyone gets a benefit. Now the second part, FM decided that, well, some people should get a little more benefit than merely slab rate reduction would have given. And so therefore an extra rebate. So slab rate reduction for everyone, and extra rebate for 7 lakhs were already getting it, now 7 to 5 lakhs more people have been added. So this is the philosophy behind it. And as you said, why you do it, I think we expect that all that money which they gave, it comes back to the economy in either consumption, savings, or investments, in whatever way they choose to do.
I just want to add to that. If you compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. I want to please give this comparison for your consideration. If you compare it with the 2014 tax rates under the Congress, for somebody who's earning 8 lakhs, nearly 1 lakh more money is in their pockets today because of the amendments that we've brought in. Meaning, 1 lakh income tax in 2014 is 0 income tax now. So that money is going back to the people in their hands for those who are earning 8 lakhs. For those earning 12 lakhs, 2 lakh was the income tax in 2014 versus today 0 which is proposed. Meaning nearly 2 lakh more money in the pockets of people who are earning 12 lakh. All right, did I stop it there? As Finance Secretary rightly said, across the board everybody is getting benefit because the rates have also been brought down. Not just the rebates being given to up to 12 lakhs. Rates for everybody is being brought down. As a result, take somebody who earns 24 lakhs in a year. The income tax on them in 2014 was 5.6 lakhs. 2014. For them, now it is only 3 lakhs. The rate change has benefited somebody who earns 24 lakh as well. So 2.6 lakh rupees more in the pocket of people who are earning 24 lakh. So it is not just those who are up to 12 lakh because they are not paying any tax at all, because rebate is given to make up for the tax amount which they have to pay. It is not just up to 12 lakh. Even for others, benefit is accruing, and compared to what it was in 14, that much amount of money is going back to those respective money earners. Just compare it with 24 tax rates, which is prevailing now, and what is being proposed. I would like to draw the comparison. 8 lakh people, meaning those who are earning 8 lakhs. 30,000 rupees more is being put back into their pockets, meaning they would be paying 30,000 in the prevailing tax, 8 lakh salaried wale. Now they pay 0 in the new proposal. Similarly, 12 lakh salaried or income wale would have 80,000 rupees tax to pay in the current prevailing taxation rates. They would have 80,000 rupees now go back to their pockets. They don't have to pay that tax. Go to the 24 lakh and compare with the present rates. Present prevailing rate, they have to pay 4.1 lakh rupees as tax. We are saying now they will have 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that. And I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
3 number.
Ma'am, many congratulations. Something that has been quoted to you as well as the Prime Minister, and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21, and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second because it was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax, and bringing a thing. Does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the Parliament, because if we are giving fiscal, relief to people, it has to have approval from the Parliament. So but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language, the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any, because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
Okay. And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
On disinvestment, if I can add, you see, the last time, July, also the similar questions were asked. We have actually since then, a value creation strategy, which was actually well explained at that time also. There is no disinvestment target per se. Disinvestment and dividend are both looked at together, because both are money and money is fungible. And it has got 5 elements. The first element is that we are saying CPSC's performance. The second is we say that we should have communication of performance. The third we say that the...
All right, on that note, let's shift focus, and let me in fact cut across to my colleague Nikuj, who is in conversation with Union Minister Kiran Rijiju.
Mr. Rijiju, as always, welcome to NDTV, and grateful that you have chosen to speak on the budget day to NDTV. Warm welcome from the side of all the viewers.
Thank you.
Your opening remarks, Mr. Rijiju, on the budget.
Well, it's difficult to begin with.
but I can just say that it has rejuvenated the entire people of the country, because it is a fulfilling budget for the aspiration of the people, whether it's middle class or the business community or the farmers or people living in the border areas, northeast, coastal. It's everyone's budget. So people are wholeheartedly welcoming this budget.
So mostly the headline of the budget, Mr. Rijiju, so far has been that what many would describe as massive income tax relief, particularly to the bottom of the pyramid, from 7 lakh to 12 lakh has been announced by your government. How do you see that? How do you see that? Do you think that is good enough to rejuvenate demand, create more taxpayers in the sense that people would honestly file their taxes because the threshold has been increased? That's the world's experience. Or do you think that this will also not only help in further bringing taxpayers into the stream, but also in revenue collections? What do you think about that?
See, while the tax relief for the middle class is a massive, it's beyond anybody's imagination that such a jump in the tax relief can be given by government in a single stroke of one budget. This is, of course, one of the highlights. But if you go beyond, deeper into the budget, then you could see that this budget is the strongest ever foundation laid for Viksit Bharat by 2047. For example, the job creation, employment is an issue for every developing country. So the job sector, if you see, almost 50% is the agriculture sector, the farm sector. So the kind of support being provided to the farm sector, the credit card, the kind of support for every sector within the farming community is, I think, telling itself that the focus is the rural and agriculture sector. Now from there, if you see the capital expenditure, now the jump has been unprecedented. However, this time the budget is so realistic that no matter whatever is the size of the budget, if you can spend, then you are going to get more. So spending of the budgetary allocation has been the focus of the Prime Minister. In fact, in the cabinet meeting also, the Prime Minister puts lots of stresses on the expenditure of the budgetary allocation. Otherwise, in the past we have seen that allocations are made, announcements are being made in every budget, but spending has been very poor. But Prime Minister Modi's track record is very clear that whatever you allocate, you spend it. And then you see the futuristic budget, where it is clearly outlined how we are transition into green technology, green economy, and the nuclear power capacity which has to be increased if we have to have a self-sufficiency in the requirement of the power generation. And then how this economy will be, totally focused on the export. So for export driving thing, whatever the provisions made in the budget, I think it is very encouraging. Now, while we are going to increase our export, the ease in doing business thing, which Finance Minister had repeatedly and quite eloquently remarked, that the Jan Biswas Bill 2 will be brought in, whereby all those redundant laws will be removed. All unnecessary legal provisions which are, leading to, putting unnecessary bottlenecks or obstacles on the people, especially in doing business, will all be removed. Decriminalization of many provisions which creates problems in doing the business. So these are all leading to the ease of doing business. So the whole effort to change the whole ecosystem are very appropriately explained in the budget. Beyond that, if you see different sectors, especially Eastern India. Now, East India has been lacking behind in terms of fueling the economic growth. So whether it's Odisha, Bihar, West Bengal, the whole northeastern region, the focus is very much there. And also the coastal region, for the fishing community, or for all those who are involved in traditional sectors like toy making, these are, I think, not only going to create lots of jobs, but these are going to fuel the growth of our economy. So while the whole world is facing difficulties in terms of economic growth, India is smoothly sailing. That is why India has been described as one of the bright spots in the world economy. So to sum up, the budget of 2025-26 is not only fulfilling the aspirations of the middle class, the poor farming community, but it is a way of opening up for the business community to make India a thriving and fast developing industrial economy. So that is, I think, the theme of the entire budget of this year.
Also, Prime Minister in his comments said that, this budget is for the new age economy. So you have taken some provisions for the gig workers, and you have also set up, your government has also set up, that is a special fund for startups and AI. But allocations still remain a concern. You said that, your focus has been spending the allocated fund, and it is quite right that in the past there has been this tendency that while the funds were allocated, but the threshold of expenditure never probably crossed 50 to 60%. But do you think that the focus that the AI and the tech expenditure in terms of startups, etc. need, do you think that has been duly addressed in this budget?
Yeah, definitely, because AI has been a focus area where Prime Minister has mentioned in many of the occasions. And if you see right from 2014-15, Prime Minister has already said that the future of the world will be driven by artificial intelligence and technology. And if you remember Prime Minister's special invitation to some of the people, key people from different sectors, to address the people in the government. So in 2016, Jensen Huang, the CEO of the NVIDIA, was invited, and he's a known face for this AI sector. And since then, government has been giving lots of focus from startups to creating the whole economy. Now, only government has already announced how India is taking forward the whole AI sector and technology sector, and Prime Minister himself is driving the sector. And besides United States and China, now globally it is acknowledged that India is also coming up as the third major force in AI sector and the whole of technology sector. Some people may say that no, India is unable to catch up with China, United States. Yes, in terms of achievement so far, that may be true. But the kind of ecosystem which we have created, it's not going to take long time for India to match them or to be at that league. So I think it's heartening to see that the numbers of startups which we have seen over the years in India is a phenomenon, and our youths are getting the right opportunities. Now, this is the real story of India, that new age India which Prime Minister is talking about, is this AI and the technology sector only.
And also, Mr. Rijiju, since you come from that region, I must ask you, and that remains a constant challenge as well, because we have a rather mighty and powerful neighbor on that side. Do you think the allocation done for the northeastern region, Assam has seen a large ticket, quite a large ticket announcement, since you have said the entire eastern region has been your focus. Do you think the allocation done for the northeastern region is sufficient and can help aid the growth in that region?
Not only sufficient, but I think the budgetary support, it's not only the budget which makes announcement. There are so many other projects which are ongoing and continuous process. In fact, northeastern region, the whole region is unable to spend the total amount allocated over the past 10 years. For example, you'll understand by this example. The frontier highway, which is being supported and which is to be executed in Arunachal Pradesh, is going to cost close to 42,000 crore. Now you tell me, any single road project in India which is above, say, 10,000 crore, you can't immediately bring out the name of the particular project. Even Mumbai-Pune project is...
and Delhi-Mumbai corridor is somewhere around 16,000 crore.
Just imagine, close to 42,000 crore for Arunachal Pradesh, whose the total state population is close to 1.5 million only. It's going to stretch over a distance of 1,400 kilometers, which is unthinkable. Many of my Arunachal people are unable to comprehend the amount because they are used to get some 100 crore and described as a huge project. You know, where 50, 100 crore and where 42,000 crore. Similarly, every state in northeastern region is getting sufficient budgetary support for all necessary hard infrastructure, whether it's for roads, railways, for airports or educational institutions, health centers, so many things. So I think the northeastern region is going to unleash its potential within a very short time. Once all these mega infrastructure projects gets completion and joins all those dots, you know, everything is interconnected. Whether you talk about tourism, you talk about the manufacturing sector, everything's linked with transportation, infrastructure and all. So once all these ongoing projects are completed, then the whole region will come to its term in terms of potential. And then, of course, the northeastern region now feels that it's now, getting its due. The long negligence, the northeastern region was living under the shadow of ignorance and negligence for past more than 6 decades. And now it has become a priority. For example, some of the border areas which are declared as the first villages by the Prime Minister, and they are getting special treatment under Vibrant Villages programs. Now, Vibrant Villages are being treated as special because those villages cannot be covered under any of the other government schemes, because if there are 10 households in a village, that doesn't get any kind of attention under any village, because it may be only 5 people living there, 20 people living there. So the Vibrant Villages program is getting core to the basic small need of those border people. Likewise, there are so many other issues in the northeastern region which are well taken care of. That is, the Prime Minister has given priority to the border areas, northeastern region. Now, whole of northeast and the whole of East India is now in the verge of coming out of the shadow of its long negligence. That is why I said, once the whole of East India emerges, then South India is doing well, western part of India is doing very well, North India, because of Delhi, capital region, is already the focus area. Now the whole country will grow. And the 100 aspirational districts which Prime Minister mentioned and Finance Minister also mentioned, how government is going to give focus on the 100 districts, especially that budgetary support provided to these 100 aspirational districts and now expanded to 500 aspirational blocks. So these are the things which will really, shake up the whole thing, and the country will grow together. The whole India has to be vibrant. It's not necessary that, one region can pull the other region. The whole region can grow together.
Mr. Rijiju, let me now also, whenever there is budget, there has to be politics. You're also the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, the whole house you have to run. Let me also now bring you to the politics of the budget. So your rival, say Congress party, says that it's fine that you have given a tax relief up to 12 lakh people, but people are not earning 12 lakh rupees. To whom are you giving the relief?
Actually, criticism is okay in terms of opening up to the debates and discussion through pros and cons. So opposition party will criticize the budget, that's okay. But criticism has to be based on facts. There has to be some substantive points to take out the loopholes from the budget. I fail to hear even a single point from opposition party which has some kind of valid points in terms of criticizing the budget. No point I have heard so far. I have heard some of the reactions from opposition party in last 2-3 hours. No points at all. Rahul Gandhi was saying that announcement करने से क्या होता है? अरे भाई, budget is for announcement only. This announcement has to be executed. Now this is statement, policy, announcement, and if you don't announce in budget, should the budget be run secretly? So that means Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, was not even paying attention to the budget. He was sitting and doing his usuals with his phones and all. He doesn't understand, he doesn't listen. But it's okay. If the country listens, that's good enough. So it's not only the middle class, I am repeating it. Otherwise, we may just end up saying that, oh, government has given a massive tax relief to the middle class. We must see beyond middle class. For the poor, for the aspirational youth, for job creation, and especially for the whole of the economy, how this budget will transform. You have seen so many cylinders are there to be fired up, and economy can be fired up. So the important steps taken, for example, some of the things which has touched my heart is like special steps on tourism, especially on Buddha's name. Special emphasis will be given on spiritual tourism. Now, tourism is one of the biggest employment generating industry. So these kind of steps being taken are very well welcome. And also the makhana board. Now makhana is my favorite food item, which is grown largely in Bihar. Yes. So this kind of decision, imagine, it's not only a matter of great news for people of Bihar, but we consume makhana more than people of Bihar. So I was really thrilled, actually, this kind of decisions are taken in this budget.
Now my last question to you, Mr. Rijiju, away from the budget, you also have the budget session. This is the beginning of the budget session of the parliament. So this is my last question to you, apropos the entire session, and then I'll let you go. I know you are a busy man, but the rest of the budget session has some very contentious bills put in the list of the business, at least as of now, which is like the Waqf Amendment Bill, which you also have to pilot since you are also the Minority Affairs Minister. Do you think the Parliament can, today also, by the way, some opposition MPs walked out and there was din before the FM started to speak. So do you think, are you hopeful as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Minority Affairs Minister that you would be able to conduct the business with some amount of normalcy and get these bills, some of them contentious ones, passed?
Well, the term contentious is being coined by the opposition party. For us, it is not contentious, but it is a necessary bill and which must be brought in and must be passed. Now, when it comes to passing and consideration in the House, I really want thorough debates and discussions in the House. You know very well, in democracy, numbers do matter. That's why we are in the government. Now, NDA has the requisite number to pass all the bills. However, I don't want to rush the bill and then skip discussions, because you really need to have a thorough debates, discussions, and also to listen to the opposition, what they want to suggest. Now, Waqf Amendment Bill has been already submitted to the Speaker by the JPC. For the 6 months period, the JPC has in detail threadbare discussion took place and it has come back. Now once it is tabled in the parliament, it will be referred back to the government and we will come out with the amended version of the bill. So it will go back to the cabinet. What I want to tell is, if the opposition party tries to block any legislation by creating ruckus or doing some kind of unparliamentary tactics in the house, then government will be forced to push through it. When we want to have a discussion, if the opposition thinks that by blocking physically, by creating ruckus in the house, they can block the bill, it is not going to happen. We are in the government. We are duty bound to pass the legislation. People of India have put their faith on Modi ji's government for the 3rd time. Just because of the disturbances created by the opposition party, we can't stall the important bills in the parliament. So the business of the parliament has to go through as per the norms, as per the rules. Parliamentary procedures and rules are already there. We will not bypass any rules, but we will ensure that government does its role, government functions as per the rules, but we'll try to take on board the opposition parties. In the business advisory committees, we allocate the timing of the discussions and the other subjects to be taken up for discussion. In the all-party meeting, the opposition parties have put many suggestions. We will listen to them, and then, of course, we believe in consensus, and there should be no misgivings when opposition amendments are not considered, because it is duty of the government to listen to opposition, but the opposition party cannot force their will on the government. That is very important. In a parliamentary democracy, the government does command the majority, and that majority doesn't mean that we bulldoze everything, but we will listen to them and we will try for consensus. That is my approach, and Prime Minister has always told me that try to get on board all the opposition parties and listen to them, and that is what I am doing all the time.
Mr. Rijiju, on a busy day like budget, you joined us on the first day of the budget session. Thank you very much. Grateful as always. I hope that you have a consensus discussion and peaceful budget session this time.
My pleasure. Thank you, Nikunj.
Thank you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Delhi.
Delhi's decision destination.
Will the Aam Aadmi success saga continue for the fourth time?
Will Congress put up a tough fight and turn the tide this Delhi Assembly elections?
How will the numbers change on the D-Day of Eid?
Delhi Election Metro 2025. Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Delhi.
Delhi's decision destination.
Will the Aam Aadmi Party's success saga continue for the fourth time?
Will Congress put up a tough fight and turn the tide this Delhi Assembly elections?
How will the numbers change on the D-Day of Eid?
Delhi Election Metro 2025. Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Delhi.
Delhi's decision destination.
Will the Aam Aadmi Party's success saga continue for the fourth time?
Will Congress put up a tough fight and turn the tide this Delhi Assembly elections?
How will the numbers change on the D-Day of Eid?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
What everyone's buzzing about Nirmala Sitharaman's 8th budget is the massive tax cuts that she has announced. I'm here to break it down for you to make you understand what exactly will be the tax liability that each one of you, according to your salary bracket, will have to pay. Of course, the headline there was the massive tax cut for salaries up to 12 lakh rupees per annum. What it simply means is that if your salary is 12 lakh rupees per annum, you pay no taxes. However, for salary brackets above that, of course, the same old slabs kick in. Nirmala here has done a bit of tinkering, and we are going to tell you what that means for you. I'll first delve into the tax slabs and the tinkering that she has done. 0 to 4 lakh rupees of income, no tax. Then comes in the slab of 4 to 8 lakh rupees, that's 5%. 8 to 12 lakh rupees will be taxed at 10%, and the number progressively goes up. 12 to 16 lakh rupees, 15%, 16 to 20 lakh, 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees would mean 25%. Above 24 lakh rupees, income will be taxed at a flat 30%. There's a big caveat that is there, of course. The calculation that I'm showing you here does not take into account cess, deductions, surcharge, and also the incentive component of your salary. Let's first talk about all those who earn in the bracket of 25 lakh rupees per annum. Of course, there is an incentive portion to your salary. We all know that, and I've not taken that into account. Without that, what happens to your income and what is the amount that you'll have to give up in taxes? 20% is what you give up in the first slab, 40, 60, 80 and 1 lakh, progressively going higher in the following brackets. And finally, because of the 30% slab for salary, for income above 24 lakh, there's a 30,000 rupees which will be deducted from your salary. The total amount comes up to 3,30,000 rupees. I remind my viewers that this is without taking into account cess, surcharges, incentives that you get in your salary. Broadly, 3,30,000 rupees. Your tax incident, of course, will be higher than that. Now I move to the next bracket, which is if your salary is in the bracket of 50 lakh rupees. Now, the beauty of slabs is that till 16 to 20 lakh rupees is the same amount that you will be paying with people who earn far less than you. So the slabs would mean that you're paying nothing. Till 4 lakh rupees, it goes up to 20, 40, 60, 80, 1 lakh. However, for the portion of your salary which is upwards of 24 lakh rupees, because it's a flat 30%, you're going to end up paying 7,80,000 rupees, taking your total taxable amount to 10 lakh.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Delhi.
Delhi's decision destination.
Will the Aam Aadmi Party's success saga continue for the fourth time?
Will Congress put up a tough fight and turn the tide this Delhi Assembly elections?
How will the numbers change on the D-Day of Eid?
Delhi Election Metro 2025. Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Delhi.
Delhi's decision destination.
Will the Aam Aadmi Party's success saga continue for the fourth time?
Prime Minister Modi hails the budget 2025, says it's a force multiplier. Prime Minister calls it people's budget. NDTV exclusive with Union Minister Hardeep Puri. Result-oriented budget for the middle class, says this budget will propel economy. Finance Minister bonanza for the middle class. No income tax up to 12 lakh rupees. New slabs, no tax up to 4 lakh. $100% FDI announced in insurance. 100% FDI is full premium invested in India. Loan schemes for new women entrepreneurs. New Dhanya scheme launched for farmers as well. CapEx pegged at 10.18 lakh crore for financial year 2025. Fiscal deficit for financial year 2025 pegged at 4.8%. Big focus on urban infrastructure, aviation sector, 75,000 more seats in medical colleges in the next 5 years. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. The big budget day, and the BJP and the government, in fact, including the Prime Minister, right from the Prime Minister and all the leaders of the BJP are hailing this budget. Finally, a lot of people breathing a sigh of relief as the tax slab, there is some change as far as the income tax is concerned. The calculation would tell you that if you are up to 12 lakh rupees income, that category is going to get major relief. So a big SOP relief for the middle class. The Prime Minister has called this people's budget. Just listen in to some reactions.
आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है।
Now, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announcing the budget for the year 2025-26. The expectation was what will propel, the middle class to, in fact, once again start higher purchasing, which will overall have an impact on the economy of the country. Today, of course, the middle class, which has been expecting some relief, got good news from the Finance Minister.
The budget actually says several things about our path towards Viksit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified, and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda, responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government, and as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week.
Ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. I just wanted to understand, ma'am, here. Ma'am, you said the new income tax bill will come next week. Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will of course consult with so many stakeholders, and then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this in the fiscal year in FY26?
Well, let it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after its passing.
Sure, thank you.
To compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that, and I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
Ma'am, Many congratulations. Something that has been core to you as well as the Prime Minister and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21 and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second because it was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax, and bringing a thing. Does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the parliament, because if we are giving fiscal, relief to people, it has to have approval from the parliament.
So
but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language, the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any, because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
Right, let's also now bring you, because reactions are coming in thick and fast. Kiren Rijiju, the Union Minister, exclusively spoke to NDTV. Mr. Rijiju, in fact, spoke about the new income tax slabs which have been announced, and the new income bill, which is going to, in fact, come next week. Now, this is a big relief for the middle class and the senior citizens, is what Mr. Rijiju told NDTV.
Mr. Rijiju, as always, welcome to NDTV, and grateful that you have chosen to speak on the budget day to NDTV. Warm welcome from the side of all the viewers.
Thank you.
Your opening remarks, Mr. Rijiju, on the budget.
Well, it's difficult to begin with, but I can just say that it has rejuvenated the entire people of the country, because it is a fulfilling budget for the aspiration of the people, whether it's middle class or the business community or the farmers or people living in the border areas, northeast, coastal. It's everyone's budget. So people are wholeheartedly welcoming this budget.
So mostly the headline of the budget, Mr. Rijiju, so far has been that what many would describe as massive income tax relief, particularly to the bottom of the pyramid, from 7 lakh to 12 lakh has been announced by your government. How do you see that? Do you think that is good enough to rejuvenate demand, create more taxpayers in the sense that people would honestly file their taxes because the threshold has been increased? That's the world's experience. Or do you think that this will also not only help in further bringing taxpayers into the stream, but also in revenue collections? What do you think about that?
See, while the tax relief for the middle class is a massive, it's beyond anybody's imagination that such a jump in the tax relief can be given by government in a single stroke of one budget. This is, of course, one of the highlights. But if you go beyond, deeper into the budget, then you could see that this budget is the strongest ever foundation laid for Viksit Bharat by 2047. For example, the job creation, employment is an issue for every developing country. So the job sector, if you see, almost 50% is the agriculture sector, the farm sector. So the kind of support being provided to the farm sector, the credit card, the kind of support for every sector within the farming community is, I think, telling itself that the focus is the rural and agriculture sector. Now from there, if you see the capital expenditure, now the jump has been unprecedented. However, this time the budget is so realistic that no matter whatever is the size of the budget, if you can spend, then you are going to get more. So spending of the budgetary allocation has been the focus of the Prime Minister. In fact, in the cabinet meeting also, the Prime Minister puts lots of stresses on the expenditure of the budgetary allocation. Otherwise, in the past we have seen that allocations are made, announcements are being made in every budget, but spending has been very poor. But Prime Minister Modi's track record is very clear that whatever you allocate, you spend it. And then you see the futuristic budget where it is clearly outlined how we are transition into green technology, green economy, and the nuclear power capacity which has to be increased if we have to have a self-sufficiency in the requirement of the power generation. And then how this economy will be, totally focused on the export. So for export driving thing, whatever the provisions made in the budget, I think it is very encouraging. Now, while we are going to increase our export, the ease in doing business thing, which Finance Minister had repeatedly and quite eloquently remarked, that the Jan Biswas Bill 2 will be brought in, whereby all those redundant laws will be removed. All unnecessary legal provisions which are, leading to, putting unnecessary bottlenecks or obstacles on the people, especially in doing business, will all be removed. Decriminalization of many provisions which creates problems in doing the business. So these are all leading to the ease of doing business. So the whole effort to change the whole ecosystem are very appropriately explained in the budget. Now, beyond that, if you see different sectors, especially Eastern India. Now, East India has been lacking behind in terms of fueling the economic growth. So whether it's Odisha or Bihar, West Bengal, the whole northeastern region, the focus is very much there. And also the coastal region, for the fishing community, or for all those who are involved in traditional sectors like toy making, these are, I think, not only going to create lots of jobs, but these are going to fuel the growth of our economy. So while the whole world is facing difficulties in terms of economic growth, India is smoothly sailing. That is why India has been described as one of the bright spots in the world economy. So to sum up, the budget of 2025-26 is not only fulfilling the aspirations of the middle class, the poor farming community, but it is a way of opening up for the business community to make India a thriving and fast developing industrial economy. So that is, I think, the theme of the entire budget of this year.
Also, Prime Minister in his comments said that, this budget is for the new age economy. So you have taken some provisions for the gig workers, and you have also set up, your government has also set up, that is a special fund for startups and AI. But allocations still remain a concern. You said that, your focus has been spending the allocated fund, and it is quite right that in the past there has been this tendency that while the funds were allocated, but the threshold of expenditure never probably crossed 50 to 60%. But do you think that the focus that the AI and the tech expenditure in terms of startups, etc., need Do you think that has been duly addressed in this budget?
Yeah, definitely, because AI has been a focus area where Prime Minister has mentioned in many of the occasions. And if you see right from 2014-15, Prime Minister has already said that the future of the world will be driven by artificial intelligence and technology. And if you remember Prime Minister's special invitation to some of the people, key people from different sectors, to address the people in the government. So in 2016, Jensen Huang, the CEO of the NVIDIA, was invited, and he's a known face for this AI sector. And since then, government has been giving lots of focus from startups to creating the whole ecosystem. Now, last week only, government has already announced how India is taking forward the whole AI sector and technology sector, and Prime Minister himself is driving the sector. And you know, besides United States and China, now globally it is acknowledged that India is also coming up as the third major force in AI sector and the whole of technology sector. Some people may say that no, India is unable to catch up with China, United States. Yes, in terms of achievement so far, there may